Hello, my lovelies. Welcome in. Happy time zones. Happy Thursday. I hope you've all had a good week. And a good weekend. I haven't seen you since last week. Immediate warning. Oh, the music's a little loud. Hang on. I didn't leave low energy in the title by accident. I think I'm still feeling the repercussions of what happened last week. And then I had a nice weekend out. Me and Green went out. And, but I think it drained me a little. Not hanging out with Green, but just because it was like, we went to an event. We went to Comic-Con. So, I'm still a bit social battery recovering. I'm just overall, like, I've been so, like, I don't know if groggy's the right, brain fog implies, brain fog is its own term. If I say my brain feels foggy, I don't mean in the way that people mean when they say brain fog. I don't know how to explain it. I guess I feel a bit run down. My head has just felt heavy. And, I need to de-stress and I don't know how. My pains and stuff had actually gotten better last week. And then I didn't have like any pain or feel sick or have any problems at all while I was out this weekend. And then as soon as I came back home, Mum has, been screaming and doing all of the usual stuff, and now all my pains are back. So, you decide whether or not they're stress pains. So I was having a bit of a sad today. I've been, I was out Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, I spent most of my day, like, I was getting Etsy stuff ready, and then I spent the rest of the days being like, right, I should recover from con. And then I didn't. Instead, I decided, that I wanted to redecorate, change up the posters on my wall, which usually I do after every Comic-Con, but I haven't allowed myself to do for over a year now, because I keep saying, what's the point, I'm gonna move out soon. But I've been saying that for a year and I still haven't moved out, so I was like, maybe I should just let myself see the artwork that I like, that I bought, that I spent money on. So Monday and Tuesday consisted of me, Monday I got all the posters up, Tuesday I rearranged all my pin boards. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. And then, yeah. So instead of resting, I climbed up and down on my bed 100 times. But I like how it looks. I wish I could put the webcam on to show you guys, but, it's kind of broken. I could try, but, like, I have to, like, press the lens in for it to work, and then last time I managed to get it to work for, like, a couple minutes, everything was so dark. It's fucked. I need to get a new one. If you're in my Discord, then you saw pictures of it. I put them in photos and images. So a lot of the prints that have been sat in a bag on my floor for over a year and are finally on the wall. And some sticker sheets that I use as prints. And then a bunch of stickers. And then my pinboards are all, like, reorganized. And there's keychains up there as well now. I finally put up some of the Hades pinup prints that I got for my birthday in 2024. So over a year ago. I was like, I can't put those up while I'm home. I'm like, I don't care anymore. Put them on the. I want to see Ares. But yeah, that was fun, but I think also tired me out even more. And I'm still kind of, like, reeling from what happened, with the payment processing stuff, which is still an ongoing campaign. You can mail letters and ring them every day. There's no people still are both MasterCard, Visa, PayPal, and Stripe. There's resources on my Tumblr. There's a bunch more resources that I'm constantly retweeting on Blue Sky, including scripts for you guys to copy and paste into emails or letters or on the phone if you can't think of anything to say. And petitions you can sign. Let me have it. You know what, I'll have a scroll through my Blue Sky. I'll pop my. You can find my Blue Sky link on my card. Let me have a little scroll or not. Oh, sorry, that's not what the command is. I haven't streamed for like. I haven't been streaming as much lately, and that makes me so sad because the whole point is that I was gonna do that, and then that didn't happen. Right. Yeah, Taylor Titmouse has got a, you know those, like, undress retweet challenges people do, where they'll, like, draw a character and then be like, if it gets, like, 10 retweets, the shirt will come off. If it gets 20 retweets, then the trousers will also come off. If it gets 50 retweets, then the underwear will also come off, that kind of thing. There's one of those, that Taylor Titmouse is doing one of those, but instead of retweets, it's reply with your anecdote or screenshot, I guess, of that you proof that you called MasterCard or Visa. It can just be that you reply and say, I called them and I said this and this happened, or some people have just left like screenshots of their like call history in their phone. And you can get like a pretty lady to undress. As well as calling, you know, if you can't talk on the phone, if you can't call, you can send emails, you can mail letters. It's not just Visa and MasterCard, it is also PayPal and Stripe. It is getting to a point where some people are encountering, with Visa and MasterCard, ringing them and the person on the other, and as soon as they start mentioning Itch.io, getting hung up on. Now, as per company policy, they're not supposed to hang up on you unless you're actually, like, being aggressive or threatening their, you know, their staff member who's talking to you. They're not supposed to just hang up on you because you're talking about an issue that they don't want to deal with anymore. So, if you do get hung up on, call back and complain that you got hung up on. Some people are essentially, like, filibustering on the phone and are purposely acting confused or, like, obviously don't be mean to the probably underpaid employee who's manning the phones. But what plenty of people are doing is, one, is, you know, as well, if you get hung up on, you can call back and complain. Two, not mention what your problem is straight away, and kind of filibuster and meander and keep them on the phone for longer, because that is wasting time, which is wasting their money, and, you know, stopping them from being able to operate as effectively as a business, because it's stopping people who actually are trying to get through the customer support for regular reasons from being able to get through, and therefore tanking their business, you know. Three, suggesting to the poor underpaid worker on the phone that them and their colleagues should go on strike. But yeah, don't, you know, you can be firm on the phone. You can say, no, don't hang up on me. No, like, if they tell you, oh, email this in, we're not taking calls for this, say that you don't want to email, that you want to, because if you get them to listen to you on the phone, and if you get them to actually, like, file a, like, complaint ticket, then you have, like, a ticket ID number that you can, like, check up on, and that you can have as proof that, you know, you got through, you know. But yeah, but do all that without actually, obviously, berating the poor person on the phone. Some of the people that people have talked to, the person on the phone has answered is just obviously sounded tired, exhausted, angry, hung up, which is bad, or even been agreed with them. It's happening with PayPal and Stripe that they still don't seem to, they haven't been getting as many calls, because obviously the initial post was just about Visa and MasterCard, but PayPal and Stripe have been doing the same things as well, and less people are calling or emailing and contacting them. Obviously, PayPal does not have a contact email. You have to call, or you have to go through, like, the customer support thing within your PayPal account. They don't have, like, a public email that you can get at. But yeah, you can contact them every day. Yeah, that's the thing. You don't have to log every single conversation. Exactly. Like, and they will get recorded, right? So if they do hang up on you, or some people are getting put on hold for ages if they mention it's about Itch.io. So you could filibuster and waste time and not mention what it is about right away, or call back if you get hung up on, or obviously if you can't call for whatever reason. There's emails, there's retweeting and sharing what's happening. Obviously, what would be amazing is if people could... Yeah, that's the other point. Yeah, at a certain point, higher-ups are going to notice. A lot of people have been told yes, we've been getting a lot of calls about this, we've escalated it to higher-ups, What would be amazing is, obviously, if staff get so annoyed that they all walk out. Because eventually it's like... And then only the higher-ups are left to answer the phone about it. Because the only thing that will make businesses change their mind is if they start losing money. And the hope is that, obviously, if their phone lines get clogged enough, that they will stop losing money. There's already been, like, big news sources that have written articles on it, and, obviously nothing's changed yet. What's the thing I was gonna say? Oh, there's so many things that's going on about it. My brain. Yeah, I don't know. PayPal and Stripe haven't been hit as much. So obviously, if you can hit them as well. Yeah, if you call and they hang up and you call back and immediately say you want to escalate to a supervisor because you were just hung up on, you don't need to say any other details, just that you were hung up on and you want to escalate. Oh, that's what I was going to say. That, yeah, it's sad, obviously, that we can't just strike Visa and MasterCard. Because obviously that would make the biggest difference, is if we could just say, well, right, well, we're not using your service until you do better. Because, like, I mean, if your debit or credit card is a Visa or MasterCard, and that's the only way that you can pay your bills or buy your groceries, like, I don't expect you guys, I don't expect people to be able to strike, customers to be able to strike this. Because, I mean, that's how people live. Yeah, if you go on my Blue Sky, there's a bunch of receipts and stuff. Other things to mention, there's a couple NeoCities sites as well you can find. I linked to on a Tumblr ask I got, and also on my Blue Sky, that people have made to consolidate. I put the link to one of them in chat. I'll get Stop Pay Pros up. If you want, like, all information in one easy place, and also this way you don't have to link it to me and my 18 plus content. Is that right? Oh, it's neocities.org. Sorry, not neocities.com. You'd think I would know this. Okay. So I'm gonna put a link in chat. This website, let me switch over to screen sharing. Yeah, we are going to co-wit today. I just want to obviously get out of the way important stuff that I want to keep you guys up to date on. So this is stop-paypros.neocities.org. It has a bunch of petitions that you can sign. It has a bunch of information on what's going on. It has a little cheat sheet, email and phone, like, kind of tutorials and guides, as well as example scripts that you can copy and paste or read out loud. This has been updated since last saw. Stripe, PayPal, Payoneer, MasterCard Corporate and Global, Visa, PaySafe, Discover. Information about the Kids Online Safety Act, which is for the USA, the UK Online Safety Act. And it also at the bottom links to yellout.money, which is a different website which has links to a lot more numbers and a lot more international numbers as well. So these two sites are great sources. I'm noticing there's been some updates. So let me have a look at what the updates say. Yeah, Stripe has been saying, yeah, I've seen people say when they ring up Stripe has been like, everything we do, they've been saying, oh, sorry, Julia's little thing is up here. How do I need to hide this? Sorry. Sorry, ignore that. It's from when Julia was here last week. Stripe's been saying, Stripe is doing everything fully in line with the law. It's like, yeah, that doesn't mean that what you're doing is good though, whatever the fuck. So, Stripe has said, Stripe has a policy against commenting on users. Generally speaking, we take action when we conclude that a user violates of terms and services. We do not support adult content. Now, obviously, as we know, firstly, they're not just blocking adult content, they are also blocking completely safe for work LGBT works, completely safe for work. Okay, actually, I'm gonna say this the other way around. Firstly, there's nothing wrong with porn. If they weren't blocking LGBT stuff and they were just blocking porn, that would still be wrong. There's nothing wrong or shameful about porn that is actual proper pornography that is done with consenting adults. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in wanting to make adult content or wanting to consume adult content. Firstly, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, right? Secondly, we all know also that this target is not just hitting adult content, it is also hitting safe for work LGBT works, safe for work trans works, safe for work stuff that just happens to have nudity. For example, mouthwashing. You know, the indie horror game that came out, earlier this year, last year, and was a big ol' hit. Yep, it's just delisted mouthwashing. Because, spoilers for mouthwashing and trigger warning, I'm gonna mention a triggering topic. Mouthwashing contains implied sexual assault. There is a character who, before the game started, has been sexually assaulted. It doesn't happen in the game, it's never mentioned explicitly, right? But it happened before the events of the game, and kind of the whole moral of mouthwashing is like, it is about listening to women and protecting women who are being abused and taking them seriously when they say they don't feel safe. Like, that's like the fucking point of mouthwashing, is sexual assault bad and listen to women and protect women. And it's been delisted for mentioning non-consensual sex or having it even just implied. That makes me so angry. Because it's like, okay, like, look, firstly, as we, banning adult content's bad, but to also go around and say we're banning everything, it's a slippery slope. Censorship is such a slope, because a company can say we are going to ban anything that fetishizes non-con, but then it's like, but what do you count as that? But now it's become they're banning anything that mentions it, including works that portray it as the bad thing that it is, works that have characters who have experienced assault, and games that are about surviving, and works that are educational content, charities, shelters, like anything that mentions that, it's a no-no now, and it's like, that's not gonna help. That's... what? Oh, when I saw mouthwashing had been hit, I was like, why would mouthwashing be... like, my instinct seeing that mouthwashing got hit by it, I was like, what, because it's a horror game? Because there's, like, blood in it? Are they delisting everything with blood? Oh, it's because the implied sexual assault, right, even though the whole point of the game is that is a bad thing, and the whole moral and message of mouthwashing is to listen to women and protect them, and you delisted that because the parent processors have said that that counts as something icky, even though it's showing that, because in their mind, even if you're saying assault bad, to say assault is bad, you still said the word assault, so that's not allowed. I'm I'm like, my body's so tense. It makes me so pissed off. The Fear and Hunger has also been delisted. Why? Because yeah, Fear and Hunger does have, I presume probably for the same reasons, If it's not because of horror, then I'm presuming it's because, I mean, Fear and Hunger does have nudity in it. It's not sexual, like the monsters that are roaming the dungeon in Fear and Hunger 1. If they have sexual organs, yeah, they're walking with their dicks out. Fear and Hunger does have a streamer-safe mode where the monsters don't just have their genitalia out, but it's a creepy horror game, and if the monsters are walking around naked, which, yeah, I mean, why would they all wear clothes? Some of them have got their dicks hanging out. It's not sexual. It is not sexual. But I presume because of that, and there is a character in Fear and Hunger 2 who has in the past or attempts to assault Abella. I think it's Abella. There's no, again, it doesn't happen on screen, there is no scene of it happening, but apparently just having like, hey, this evil piece of shit is a abuser is apparently not allowed. I mean, I didn't see exactly why Fear and Hunger got hit, but I would presume it's one or the other of the nudity that includes full genitalia, or again, that sexual assault is a thing that's not being promoted or fetishized in any way. It's very much shown as a bad thing. Which is exactly what, you know, they can say all they want that, like, we're just trying to hit harmful content. It's like, but you're also hitting educational material about, okay, that just mentions the topic that you're, okay. Like, we're going round in circles. I'm sorry. Right. What was the things at the top? 2 updates. Update 1. There are numerous reports of Visa and MasterCard disconnecting customers who are calling about the video game policy, and agents have started blaming Steam and Itch.io for the censorship. We know that these companies had a pattern of strong-arming Patreon, Gumroad, Pornhub, and OnlyFans to ban not safe for work together. It's a blatant lie. If MasterCard and Visa are saying that, well, it's Steam and Itch.io that have that policy, it's not. We know it's Visa and MasterCard. Right now, mentioning itch.io or Steam will either cause them to disconnect the call or switch to their, yeah, they've got their own scripted response now for complaints. Since Itch.io sells more than games, because Itch.io is not just a game platform, Itch.io is just an indie platform for you to sell downloadable content, whether that is a game file, or a lot of people use it to sell ebooks and audiobooks and, in particular, ebooks, comics, zines, but also music, software. So, since Itch.io sells more than games, you can avoid this by, instead of mentioning games, mention books, comics, music, software, and avoid mentioning itch.io for as long as possible. A guide to file complaints against MasterCard Visa to the Better Business Bureau will come soon. In the meantime, here is the Better Business Bureau's complaint form. I presume maybe only people in the USA can do that, because that's not... you should report Visa MasterCard's customer... Yeah. Because... whilst it's currently, you can't report them for restricting adult content, while you should, that should be illegal. What they're saying is, if you call and you get disconnected, or if they hang up on you because they don't want to hear about this issue anymore, you can report them to the Better Business Bureau, because they're not supposed to do that. They can't hang up on you unless you're actively harassing or being aggressive towards them. So, update 2, reports of verbal abuse when calling in complaints have increased. Here's a guide on what to do if that happens. As in verbal abuse. Firstly, I mean, obviously don't verbally abuse the person on the phone, but I mean the staff members verbally abusing the callers. Because, oh, that's not good. Yep, okay. There have been, Void Debris also, I'm gonna link this. Void Debris got a whole, this whole thread has a bunch of information on it as well, if anyone wants to save it. So representatives on the phone who are manning the phone lines are getting verbally abusive. So there've been an increasing number of reports of people receiving verbal abuse when calling in for complaints. We put together steps and a script to follow if this happens, obviously, and also if it happens, report them to the Better Business Bureau. If you're calling Visa, there's been an increasing number of reports of harassment from Visa representatives. Oh! I didn't finish reading that sentence. Under what context? So, there's been multiple instances of people on the Visa phone lines when people call to talk about itch.io and the banning of, you know, because it's not just adult content. Although if you go on a rant about the adult content side, that they're also taking out LGBT works, they don't care. They don't care. You just need to talk about it feeling like a violation of your rights of you should be allowed to buy what you want as long as it's not illegal, you know. They don't care about whether or not they're censoring LGBT stuff. Okay, so there's been multiple reports that when people have been ringing the Visa call centers, that some of the verbal abuse they've been receiving from the staff there has also been the staff has been calling people who have been calling rapists. What the fuck? Definitely submit a call with the Better Business Bureau. What? Because some people are are calling to complain that they want access to their porn back, and what some of the people, some Puritans think that if you watch porn you must be a predator? Is that what? Sorry, I took it. I didn't notice the word was on the screen. I'm gonna read out. Anyway, yeah. If this happens to you, 1, stay calm, do not engage in harassment back. Yeah, don't yell at them back. The call's being recorded. If you yell, you know. Don't feed the troll, but also, you know, you don't want anything to look bad on your side, especially if you report it and it's being recorded. 2, request to speak to a supervisor. 3, if they refuse or hang up on you, call back and immediately escalate to a supervisor. Say, hi, you know, I was just on the phone to you. Your staff member said this, this, and this to me and then hung up on me when I was just trying to ask basic questions. You know, you can listen back to the call. Put in a complaint of the behavior, script below. Afterwards, or if they refuse to take your complaint, submit a claim to the Better Business Bureau. And then there's a script in this Blue Sky post of what you can send, or what you can say. Call center abuse complaint. Hello, I'm calling to submit an official complaint about abuse received from call center representative today. I called at this time and spoke with this person's name, if you know it. The behavior was beyond inappropriate. The representative said, insert what they said, telling you'd like to file, you still like to file the initial complaint you called about, and then here's a script for submitting to the Better Business Bureau. Take care of yourself. Yeah, there is also a Discord server. It's in the, somewhere down this thread that Void Debris made. There's also a Discord server if you want to join and be more up to date about everything that's happening, and also get support from other people and advice from other people who are also making phone calls if you do want to, try and make, any phone calls. I mean, if it's making, you know, the people in the call centers act like this, then hopefully, you know, that proves that they are getting annoyed by them, but it doesn't ever mean it's okay to call people this. Can you record the call from your, like, is that fine? Well, that's the other thing, is, like, if they start, I'm like, maybe also, like, I've done this before when I've been on the phone with people, because, if I'm having calls about, like, my medical stuff, because I'm worried that I might forget, like, if I'm booking, like, a medical appointment, sometimes I will record the call, because I get nervous that I'll forget the date and time after they say it, or I'll forget the details of what was said, and so what I'll do is I'll literally just take the phone call, like, next to this microphone that I use to record, and have Audacity up, and literally, and it can pick up the sound from my phone speaker. Or obviously you can put them on speaker. I don't know in terms of internally how you voice record from your phone, but obviously if you do have, like, a mic and a PC, if that would make you feel safer. I don't know what legally you are allowed to do in terms of recording your phone calls or posting them. I don't know if there's laws around that. Yes, it depends on the country. So recording the call, yes, so you could record the call yourself, but depending on what country you're in, that may be illegal to do or post online unless you tell the other person. That's why when you go on the phone, there'll be, like, the hold message will say, this call is being recorded for blah 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 blah, because they have to tell you. You could always say, by the way, just so you know, I'm also recording this call on my end. And then the other person's been informed. Then they've been informed and it's not a problem. Yeah, if you don't get consent from the call center person, what you could be doing could be illegal. I've never saved any phone recording I've made. It's literally just I'm making this call to book an appointment, I'm worried I'll forget. And then I re-listen to it and I'm like, okay, that's the appointment time, and then I delete it. Yeah, if people are comfortable and if it's legal, depending on the state you're in, or country, whatever. Because if someone gets a recording of one of these visa people saying that would really hurt them. Yeah, there's a Discord server up. It's called Anti-Censorship Campaign, run by Void Debris. Again, if you want to stay up to date with things, there, Blue Sky, and then obviously this website. In terms of also what's going on with the UK Online Safety Act, well, the petition, the government petition we have here, got up to the required amount of signatures that meant the government had to respond, and the government responded saying, no, we're not going to repeal it, we're not going to change it, we're not going to do anything about it. Even though there's literally already been multiple reports on how easy it is to skirt around it. From more serious things like, yes, of course, like what we talked about, adults' faces being scanned and misidentified as children, children's faces being scanned and misidentified as adults, people stealing their parents' ID, and on the funnier side of things, Polygon made a whole article about how if you just open up Death Stranding and then pull out your phone and have it scan, have Death Stranding like take a selfie and then upload that to Discord will be like, yep, that's a real person, and consider and scan it as an adult and let you in, even though it's literally Polygon test it out for themselves. Yeah, I don't know if that still works, but you could just like, Sims 4 character creation also works. Yep, yeah, sure, why not? You could just take pictures of computer game characters' faces, or probably, you know what, probably AI generate a face. Which you shouldn't do. Don't AI generate images, but I'm just saying, I bet that works. It's not going to protect kids. All it's doing, and there's so many parents who are like, no, we need this because my kid saw something disturbing, and then you know, and then really bad things happen, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm so sorry that happened, but here's the fact of it. That's kind of like, that's not the internet's fault. The internet is not a babysitter. The internet is not made for kids. The internet is for adults. If your kid is under 13, they should not be on any social media. They have to be 13 years old to have an account on TikTok. Therefore, if they're under 13, they shouldn't be on TikTok. Now, of course, that does still mean that when they're scrolling TikTok, they may end up seeing adult content, but you should have a good and healthy enough relationship with your child that they can come to you and talk to you about the upsetting thing that they've seen. If I saw something upsetting online, I could not go to my parents and say, oh my god, I saw this is so upsetting, because I would be yelled at as, why were you looking at it? And it's like, no, I wasn't looking at it, it just popped up on you know? This wouldn't happen if, firstly, you parented your kids instead of making the internet your kid's babysitter. 2, even if you do everything you possibly can, like, there's parental locks and stuff you can put on your kids' devices. 3, even if you've done all that, even if you made sure you got parental locks, even if you try and do everything, yes, sadly, there is, you know, like, we see it with YouTube for kids, we saw it with LCK, there are things that slip through the cracks. But then, check what your kid watches, but don't, like, invade their fucking privacy. But, like, you know, if they're a little kid, you should be checking what they watch, and, like, make sure that they know, like, if they see something that makes them uncomfortable, to talk to them about it. Educate. Kids are people. Talk to them and educate them on, hey, this is why seeing this content's bad. If you see this, don't click, and it upsets you and it makes you uncomfortable. If you see anything online that makes you uncomfortable, stop watching it. Don't engage with it. Don't comment on it. Don't send hate to whoever made it. Just step away, because the more that you engage with that thing that made you uncomfortable, the more that the internet's going to think that you really like that thing, and it's going to recommend more and more and more stuff, and then soon that's your entire thing. Teach them on how you can get addicted to things, to the internet, to pornography. There's a bunch of kids that Elsagate happened to, and it gave them porn addictions, and they're old enough now to be like, whoa, oh, that was horrible, right? Like, just tell them about things, don't neglect them, don't leave them alone with an iPhone, put parental locks on things, check what they're watching, I mean, the amount of parents who are being like, no, 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 don't repeal this. We need it. I'm like, uh-huh. And then I look at the amount of parents who, like, know that their kids watch Has Been Hotel. And look, if you're 15 and you watch that show, okay. But if you're 8 and you watch that show, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? That show is either age 15 or age 18 rated. I have been to Comic Cons where there have been, like, parents in their 30s in Has-Been cosplays, and then they've dressed up their 5-year-old kids also in Has-Been cosplays. That is a show with sex scenes, that is a show with sexual assault scenes, that is a show that has a lot of drugs, a lot of complete adult, dark humor. What is happening? The amount of times that I hear from teachers being like, yeah, I was teaching art class today and a bunch of the kids were drawing Has-Been characters. What the fuck is happening? So the kids aren't even, like, hiding that they like this show. If I was a parent and my kid is talking about this new show they really like, I'm gonna look it up. But the parents either don't look it up or just don't give a shit. We don't need an internet which is what we've got now in the UK, is if any of us want to access any website, we have to give that website our ID. Despite the fact that we know that all these websites have constant data breaches, you know? Oh, you gotta give Facebook your ID. Hey, well, remember when Facebook lost everyone's password years ago? Yeah. Imagine if that happens now that they've got pictures of everyone's passport. That's way worse. That's your whole identity stolen and gone. Right? Like, are we really doing this? We're doing losing your ID, or just you might be like, well, maybe just a picture of my face won't be so bad. Right, but if you're, well, first, that makes you lose anonymity online, which you deserve. You would deserve to be able to be anonymous online. You deserve your privacy. If you're a sex worker trying to just log in to upload something to your Pornhub account, you shouldn't have to, you know, who doesn't include their faces in your videos, you shouldn't then have to fork over a picture of your face. It is not going to protect children because children have already found ways around it. All it will do is put every adult in danger of being doxxed, of having their IDs and identities stolen. IDs that have, depending on what kind of ID it is, their home address on it. It is not. So you're like, well, then how do we make sure that kids don't go on sites that say you have to be over 18? Sit down with kids and have an adult grown-up talk where you teach them, like, hey, this is what porn is, this is what sex is, this is why you shouldn't look at it at your age. Not just like you can't look at it and I'm not going to tell you why. Like, just talk to kids like they're actual people. When you tell kids that they're not allowed to do something, tell them why. Because it's been proven that they're a lot less, you know, there's been studies done. If you actually explain things to them, they're more likely to actually not do the thing. It's almost like kids are human beings and not mindless little, like, tiny servants for their parents. Like, just fucking... Obviously, if they're 4 years old, they're not going to understand, but, like, if your kids, you know, like, you can talk to a 12-year-old and say, hey, this is why you shouldn't go on these sites, you're a kid. You might see something upsetting, which can lead to this kind of trauma, the PTSD, addiction, and here's with the serious side of addiction and what, you know, how bad it can get. You don't want to, you do want to be dealing with that. It's going to be horrible to deal with. You being a kid on those sites makes it more likely that, like, you could get groomed, like, someone could find you, like, fuck. Just talk to, A lot of parents don't see their kids as human beings, so... And I'm sorry, like, some of the articles that Google was recommending me, which I hate when it does that. It does it on my phone. I hate that little pop-up bar thing. Of like, this mom is so happy about it because it would have saved her son, and I'm like, I'm sorry about what happened. But, like, if it got to a point where your kid saw one thing online and then fell down this rabbit hole, I don't want to be like, why didn't you notice? Because people can be depressed and not tell anyone. And people not notice. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're being neglected. But, like... And you shouldn't, like, hack into your kid's PC and check it all the time. But, like, ideally you would have a relationship with your kid where if they see something upsetting online, they feel like they can tell you and confide in you. And I get some parents like, but I can't have that conversation with a kid. We can't do sex ed with kids because what if that makes them uncomfortable? It'll make them less uncomfortable than if they find porn online. They'll be glad that you had the talk with them. Also, it's been proven that doing proper sex education makes teen pregnancy rates go down lower, and like kids getting abused go down lower. But you know, like, I know that the conversation might make one or both of you uncomfortable, but it's going to be better than the alternative. Like, websites that are meant to be safe for work need to do a better job at maintaining that, right? And the way to do that, honestly, I think would be like how Blue Sky does it, where it's like, if you mark your work as 18 plus, it doesn't affect it in the algorithm, right? So like YouTube, you can mark videos as over 18 only, but it will pretty much mean it probably won't get any ads on it, and it won't get pushed all in the algorithm. If you just made it so, yes, you can mark your video as 18, however, you'll still get ads on it, and it'll still get pushed just as much as other videos. It just means only logged in users who are over 18 will see it. There would be a lot more people, I think, tagging their work correctly. And not being like, oh, this is kind of, you know... As someone who found porn when they were too young, I found that because back in, like, what, 2009? YouTube was just letting full-on pornos get uploaded. They weren't checking shit, right? And... me finding that is both, well, there's three things with that. Firstly, YouTube needed to be more diligent and make sure that that full uncensored hentai wasn't on the platform and wasn't getting recommended to kids who were just trying to watch Sailor Moon and clicked on it because they were like, wow, another anime? Well, I like Sailor Moon. I'll click on this in my recommended tab. Oh. Firstly. But secondly, like, I had no idea what I was looking at and what I was watching, so yes, 11-year-old me googled and tried to find more, because I was like, what was that? Because I don't think we'd had sex ed yet. 3, I don't know if I was logged out of YouTube when I was watching it, or if this was when I made my first YouTube account, which, yeah, I did lie about my age. I said it was like 62 or something. Because you had to be 13 to have a YouTube account, and I was 11. Now, we had a talk in school, about Facebook and about how none of us in our class, well, we were like 8 years old at the time, should have a Facebook because you have to be 13 and it's dangerous and all of that, and you shouldn't give private information out. So I was like, right. But again, I don't know if it's like the little tism in me as a kid that was like, well, that was just about Facebook though, right? That was just about social media, and in my mind, YouTube wasn't a social media, it was just a place to watch videos. That talk had specifically just been about Facebook, and it was not explained to us, or not explained to me in a way that I understood. But no, that includes all websites, that it should also include YouTube, that I didn't need to make a YouTube account, that I shouldn't be making a YouTube account. I don't know if I don't know if age restricting was a thing on YouTube back then, so I can't say for sure whether or not I only saw that video because I had said that my account was over 18 when it wasn't. To be honest, it was 2009, it might have just been on there. And yeah, I feel bad that I did that, but then I have to be kind to myself and be like, I was 11. No one had ever made it clear that this wasn't okay. And no one had ever explained the ramifications of it, of why not to do it. I just wanted to be able to make a playlist of the anime videos I was watching, and you couldn't make playlists if you didn't have an account. And when I saw it in the websites that it ended up leading me to, that had some of the most extreme dark hentai that I wish I could wipe out of my brain, no, I couldn't go to anyone and be like, I saw this thing and it upset me. I would have been screamed at. Even though, firstly, I didn't click on it knowingly. It just popped up. You know, I didn't know what I was looking at. I wasn't purposely trying to see. And also, I was 11. Do you really think at 11 someone's purposely seeking that? I don't know. I don't know if that's a weird... I don't know if I'm rambling too much about this. I'm just... I was definitely not, I wouldn't have been allowed to, and I know that because, like, so I had a friend whose parents let her watch horror stuff, like 18 plus horror stuff from when she was young. Like, I remember she came into show and tell when we were 8 years old, and brought a bunch of, like, horror movie DVDs, and the teacher had to look through them first and be like, you can't show 99% of these. You can't even show the box of them. What is going, like, because of how gory they were. And we were 8 at the time, so she was entirely desensitized to horror and gore and body horror because her parents had just let her and they didn't give a shit. And I remember her coming around to my house and showing me this claymation video that was on YouTube that, like, turned gory. It was still all, like, claymation, like plasticine, but it ended up having, like, blood spraying everywhere, and I remember being so uncomfortable. And confused, and I don't remember exactly how it happened, but my sibling ended up seeing it, and they're 2 years younger than me. I don't remember if it was our door was open and they walked past, or we said, hey, come in, Nari, watch this. But I know that I was uncomfortable and confused, and I don't know if I went and showed it to them because I wanted someone else's opinion on why I felt like this. But somehow my sibling ended up seeing it and told my parents that I had shown it them. And I got in so much trouble. I was 11, they were 9. Or maybe I was 10, something like that. And I got so screamed at. Even though it's like, and just, you know. And obviously that's not the most extreme video in the world. But, yeah, probably not something we should have been watching at that age. But there was never a conversation of, okay, you're 11, you don't know what you're doing. You were uncomfortable with this video, and you just wanted help in understanding why you were uncomfortable, and you didn't feel like you could come to us, so you showed it to your sibling. Instead, it was just, I was evil. I was corrupting my sibling. It was never a, hey, why did your friend show you this? Why did their parents let them have this video saved? Why their parents... You know, it was never a, hey, maybe we should ring up your friend's parents and, like, find out what's going on there. Hey, maybe we should tell your friend's parents and your friend not to show you stuff like come over and search that on your computer anymore. You're 11. You don't know what you were looking at. Nah. It was... I got... It's hard thinking about. So yeah, no, then I never told him anything that I saw online after that. Because it was clearly like, oh, if I say something, I'm going to be in trouble. Whereas if you make it clear, like, hey, you can talk to me about anything you see that makes you uncomfortable. It's not your fault if someone else shows at you. It's not your fault. Also, I'd be like, to my kid, I'd be like, I want to know if someone else shows you something that makes you uncomfortable. Because that's probably not, maybe that's not a good friend, especially if it was like an adult, right? Like, I want to know if someone else shows you something that makes you uncomfortable. Because we got to teach you about, you know, being able to set up boundaries. You know, or if you stumble across something online, especially with the way that, like, anything could get recommended to you randomly. I'm sure even if kids tried their hardest to avoid any adult content and were honest about their age and didn't make profiles if they were under 13, I bet something would still find them, because like we said, like, the internet's just not made for kids. But I guess people didn't know that as obviously back then. My laptop was bought for me when I was, 11, because we just had a family computer before then that me and my sibling and my mum all shared, and they were like, right, you're off to secondary school, you're gonna need your own thing to do homework on, but there was no, like, parental locks on the internet or anything. Sorry if this is like, sorry if this is a horrible conversation to be having. I did say in the beginning, I was like, look, we gotta talk about this shit that's still going on. Sorry for, like, telling personal anecdotes. I just want, it was for context of knowing, like, when I talk about, like, hey, the UK Online Safety Act is shit, this is me talking as a kid who the act is trying to protect. Like, as someone who, when I would, you know, the kids that they're trying to protect from this is the kids that I was. And trust me, that wouldn't have helped. Because you might be like, oh, but you said that you, like, lied about your age on YouTube, so you wouldn't have been able to lie about your age and see that video. It's like, okay. However, if I'd been a more daring kid, could have absolutely just put in a picture of someone else, you know? I probably wouldn't have. However, like I said, I don't... You know, I'm like 90% sure the video wasn't age restricted, because what I remember it so clearly. It's like a blue-haired lady and her brother-in-law comes around, like her husband's away, and her brother-in-law, like her brother's husband, comes over and to help like babysit or something. And she gets out a dildo and starts masturbating in the bedroom once everyone's gone to bed or whatever. But I am maybe 80-90% sure that the video kind of cuts as soon as that starts happening, so it might not have been age restricted. And in the video description was a link to where to watch the full thing, and that's what I ended up clicking on, which took me to a hentai website, which I then like watched. I watched everything on that site because I was 11 and I didn't know, right? So it's fully possible that that video wasn't age restricted because they did cut it off before the most explicit parts happened. In which case, yeah, the Online Safety Act wouldn't have stopped anything. If that video wasn't age restricted, it wouldn't have stopped anything. But also, the Online Safety Act isn't being applied to YouTube anyway. It's not. It's on Blue Sky and it's on Discord, but as far as I'm aware, it isn't being put on YouTube because YouTube's not supposed to have porn on it. Even under the 18+ rated videos, you're not allowed to post porn. The 18+ rated video is more like if you're talking about, like, maybe sex education, or like if you're like reviewing a sex toy, that's allowed on YouTube. But like even full-on pornography isn't allowed under the 18+ label. So either way, that shouldn't have been on YouTube. But it's very possible that it wasn't age restricted because they did cut away from the stuff, because I remember that's how I ended up on that website. That... Oh, there's always like one hentai in particular that my brain always is like, hey, remember that one that made us want to throw up? And I'm like, thanks, brain. I do still remember it. I'm not going to describe it to you guys. But it's fully possible that, you know... I mean, that people could still do that. People could just take the safe for work little bit of the hentai and then pop it on YouTube and then be like, hey, you can find more on, like, hentai.com, you know? There's nothing stopping that. And you may be like, but Prince, isn't that what you do? You put safe for work previews if you're not safe for work stuff and you link to Patreon. Yes, but you can't sign up to Patreon without being over 18. And Patreon does ask for creators' IDs now. It doesn't ask for user IDs, but it's like, well, in order to have a payment device. Firstly, all that's legal is if you check that, you know, like if you go on an adult website and it goes like, are you over 18? That's their legal thing, because if you lie about their age, they're not culpable for that. But like, you wouldn't have a payment provider. You wouldn't have a way to pay if you weren't above 18, right? You know? And that's very different. I feel like there is also a difference between, like, wanting to verify your age when you're purchasing adult content versus just trying to get on a website that might have adult... Like, Discord wanting everyone's ID just because a Discord might have adult content in it. It's like, what if it doesn't, though? Like, you have to have your ID to go on... I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Diagnosing things from my parents letting me watch horror movies and true crime. Yeah, it's not just porn, and that's the other thing. The UK Online Safety Act, as far as I'm aware, they're not even doing it correctly, because it's there to block porn, so it's not blocking horror and true crime, which is also scarring for kids to see. But it's also been incorrectly blocking any kind of safe for work resource and LGBT education, because the UK doesn't want kids, or even adults, to be LGBT. Fucking this country's going this shit. So it's not even targeting stuff right. I don't know. Yeah, update. The government has responded claiming they have no plans to repeal the act. If you're a UK resident, sign it anyway. I'm gonna check and see how many signatures it has now. I'm just not showing the screen because I don't know if... No, there's nothing. Okay. Yeah, they gave a response on... Yeah, July 28th, and they pretty much says we have no plans to, and it's like... But, like, are you fucking stupid? Do you realise... It's like, it's not like the UK government is the ones collecting people's ID. It's random third-party websites that could be hacked into at any time. Especially, surely are much more desirable targets for hackers if they know, like, yo, this thing's got, like, every Discord user's passport and driving license on it, right? I dread to think. So I don't know what else that can be done with that. They are saying there's a change.org petition and there are like MPs to contact. This is the person who's like the head of the bill, I guess. So I guess fucking spam him with emails. But I'll drop this in here again. My parents didn't want to deal with me and there were no parental controls. Whoa, no. Yeah, no. It's not that hard to put parental controls on things. We had a family computer that I don't know if it had a... Like, I'll be honest, when we had the family computer, I have no idea how to parental lock on it, but I was a very scared, anxious child, so I just would never have gone... I barely went on the internet. I think my sibling was who found YouTube first out of us, and they just kind of watched Doctor Who clips on it. And because we shared the computer, and that's all we had, I didn't have a mobile phone, I would just sit in and draw. Like, there wasn't really any way for me to find shit online, right? And then as soon as I had a computer that I was using privately in my own bedroom, oh, here's some hentai. It found me. But my immediate thoughts on finding it, as much as I was uncomfortable, was also like, it was so easily addictive. It must have been how kids during the Altegate situation felt. Is like, I was confused, but it was... I probably was addicted to watching it. I remember watching it, like, while my grandparents would come over and I would sneak up to my room to watch more. And I wasn't, like, jerking off or anything. Like, I was just watching it. Like, because it wasn't doing anything for me. But I just felt, I don't know. I don't know. I guess it was I don't know if it was, I don't know what kind of dopamine hit it was giving for me to keep looking at it. I have a horrible thing that I don't know if it's an autistic thing. I don't know if anyone else has this. Where, like, if I find a rabbit hole, my brain will want to go all the way down it. Like, I get curious very easily, and even if something's like today, here's what happened with me today. I was watching some Nightmind yesterday, which I shouldn't do. As much as I really like Nick and his content, I can't look at horror stuff without probably getting anxiety attacks eventually. And I was watching a project and I was like, it's fine, I can watch Nick talk about this. And then it went into like talking about like suicide. And I was really not in the right mental state to be watching something that was talking about it. But I felt like because I was already 2 hours into this 3-hour video, I needed to know how it ended. Like, I couldn't have that loop not close. So I kept watching it, even though I kept feeling more and more sick the more I was watching it. And I had like an anxiety attack before I went to sleep last night. And then I woke up today and was like, right, okay, that was bad. And then, but then was like, I kind of want to watch more Nightmind. I was like, why would you want to watch more Nightmind? We just got upset about it. Well, maybe this one won't upset me. I mean, I really like his stuff and I really like his voice and how he talks. Yeah, but we got upset with it. And then I clicked on it anyway. And then I just felt like the creeping dread anxiety throughout the video, and eventually, like, if Julie was here, she would have got me to close it down. But there's no one here other than me, so I kept watching it until I was like, what am I doing? And I closed it, and I opened up the new Power Pack video instead, and I went down to make my lunch, and then realized the Power Pack video is about a horror game with some graphic violence described in it, but I was like, oh, I'm already halfway through the video. I want to know how the plot of this game ends now. I kind of, like, want to know, even though they just described some things, some violent acts that are, like, really triggering and upsetting. But, like, then I won't know how it ends. And I watched the whole thing. And I was like, I don't know if I want to stream anymore, because I just watched that thing and now I feel sick. What is that urge? Because it doesn't feel like it's, like, a dopamine. Like, I'm not getting dopamine from them if I'm uncomfortable the whole time, am I? Why do I want to watch... none of it makes me feel good. Like, if you get dopamine hits, if you get, like, adrenaline rushes or excitement watching horror, that's fine. There's no problem with that. I just mean I don't get that. So what part of my brain is like, hey, you should finish watching that horror thing that made you uncomfortable because we need to know how, like, is that the autism, like, you need a loop to close? Like, you need to know the end of that loop? It just feels like I get curious and I'll click on things even though I know they'll upset. And that, I mean, I had a period of time when I was kind of 19 to 21, I'm gonna say, where I got, maybe, I don't want to throw around the word addicted lightly, because that's a serious thing, you know, to what started out as YouTube maybe it's FOMO. YouTube started recommending me, like, people reading out creepypastas and people reading out stories from subreddits, and I specifically remember a lot of them would be like 10 creepy home invasion stories, and they'd always be like, like stories where there was secretly a person living in your house with you the whole time, and like this one where there'd be like alarms ringing and she'd be like, I didn't set those alarms, but it turns out there was like a man living under her bed, like that kind of shit. And I just kept watching them even though it was genuinely making me feel a little bit agoraphobic. Like, it was getting me to a point where I didn't want to leave the house anymore because I was so paranoid that if I left the house, I was gonna get attacked, because there was a lot of, like, this creepy man was, like, dancing down the street and then he followed me, like, and they were probably all fake. They were on Reddit, so they were probably all fake stories. But, like, the videos never explicitly said if they were or weren't. I guess they were from r/nosleep, and I think specifically r/nosleep says everything here is fictional. I don't know. But, like, I would just, once you get recommended one, you just get recommending more, and they were easy to have on in the background. They didn't, like, grab my attention to it, because there was no visuals on the screen, so they were easy to just have while I was working on uni work, and that ended up leading it to recommending me a lot of true crime videos, and then, because I'd been looking at so many of these stories, it was like, well, why not real stories? And then I watched way too much true crime, and again, got to a point where I didn't want to leave the house. And I am glad to say that I have not watched a true crime video, I think in 6 years now. That's not how, 4 years. 4 years, that's how math works. Occasionally I'll still catch myself clicking on things that I shouldn't, and sometimes I'll have to tell Julia just so she can tell me to stop, because that helps if someone else is, if I'm like, oh, if I've disappointed Julia, then she's not angry with me, but sometimes I just need someone else to tell me no. Like, I know that I can't watch stuff about scams. It gives me panic attacks because of a thing that happens to my family. And yet sometimes YouTube will decide out of the blue to recommend me like a Kitboga video or like one of these like scam betas. And I'll be like, oh, it's fine. They're easy to have on in the background. And I'll click on it and then I'll have a panic attack. And then like, the next day I'll be like, hey, I know that went really bad yesterday and I started getting really upset, but I can watch another one. It probably won't get me this time. I can watch another one. They're really easy to have on in the background. I probably won't get freaked out this time. And then I get freaked out again. What is that? What is that urge? And that's what it was like being 11 and finding YouTube recommending me this, like, hentai clip and me being like, whoa, I wonder what happens next in this anime, not knowing. Clicking on the watch more here thing in the video, in the description, which frankly is a miracle it didn't give my computer a virus. And then just watching video after video on that website for years. It started as me watching loads of videos on there of hentai, to then yaoi, to then like yaoi doujin and manga, and that lasted years before I eventually like just kind of was like, I don't, maybe fanfiction filled the void, which was a lot better for me, because at least then it was like it was just about two characters like having like normal sexy times, and not that there's anything abnormal if you're into darker kinks, but I mean like it's not stuff an 11-year-old should be seeing. But yeah, no, I was probably in that for maybe like 2 years. I think I stopped looking at it once I stopped watching anime. Once I got out of anime and moved into being into live action stuff like Marvel and Supernatural, I never looked at it anymore. So thank you, Marvel and Supernatural. But for those two, it was like, these things make me uncomfortable, and yet feel curious. I'm a curious little monkey. And I just was like, but maybe the next one won't. Maybe the next one will be different. Maybe the next one will be like this. And I think also because I hadn't had proper sex ed yet at that point or whatever, didn't know a lot, that I was like, maybe I thought, maybe if I'll find one that actually does do it for me, that does actually make me think that's what I want. Never did. Never did, because they were all so fucked up. And I got to a point where I started thinking there was something wrong with me. Because I wasn't responding to that kind of stuff. It was the whole... So I speak as someone who, you know, has had at least 3 different points. Or 2 different points in my life. Where I have, for multiple months, years, been stuck in these self-destructive-y cycles of watching content that I know is harmful for me. And one of which that happened when I was a child and I still have mental repercussions from. And yeah, I think the UK Online Safety Act is a bunch of bullshit. It's not going to protect kids. It might have stopped me from seeing some of the stuff, but frankly, a lot of that stuff was just accessible on websites that didn't check your age. All this is going to do is make adults get doxxed and have to give up personal information that will make them feel unsafe. Kids will find ways to bypass it, either by submitting fake IDs, stealing their parents' IDs, AI generating faces, and or they'll just go, okay, well, if I can't get on Pornhub anymore, I'll just find a website that will let me on without my ID. Which inevitably, whichever websites refuse to comply and don't ask for your ID will be like the scummiest sites, probably full of like revenge porn, like, which I don't like calling it that, because pornography implies consent. Pornography is like people making sex stuff, whereas like, I don't want to call it revenge. I'm calling it revenge sexual exploitation material. That's what I'm gonna, you know. It's not. But yeah, the government's responded saying they're not doing anything about it. So I don't know what can be done about that. If you're in the US, watch out, because there's an act coming for you that's going to be similar. There's a petition in here that you can sign. So if you're in the US, go sign that one. If you're in the UK, you can still sign this one. Maybe if it gets a crazy amount of signatures, the UK government will look at it again. Maybe not. I don't know. It doesn't hurt to sign it. And yeah, all the information on contacting all these different payment providers, phone, email. This doesn't have addresses. This doesn't have mailing addresses on, but if you look on Blue Sky, other people have found mailing addresses if you want to send physical letters. Scripts and different approaches that you can take. The ones with these little symbols next to them are priority targets for Itch.io apparently, but obviously try and contact all of them. You can try and contact all of them every day. They've added a new number to Stripe that says state you are from California when calling this number. I don't know if that means if you can, even if you aren't actually in California, but I guess do that. Thank you, sorry. Cheat sheet stuff. This website is continuously getting updated. I can, if anyone missed the link, I'll put it in chat again if you ask, but yeah. I think that's a way, I think we can round out that topic. Devici, if I'm saying that wrong, please correct me. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I'm sorry you entered on a kind of serious, heavy, sad topic. We are done with talking about it now. But it's still an important thing that I wanted to talk about, because obviously we talked about it last week. It's not over. Please try and sign these petitions and contact people if you can. If I do end up having to move my work off of Patreon, it looks like the most likely thing will be Subscribestar. A couple people recommended it. Which I'd heard of as like an OnlyFans alternative, but I didn't know that you could post audios to Subscribestar. So great. So Subscribestar will probably be, if you see my Patreon disappear, expect to see a Subscribestar from me. Someone recommended Camaraderie, which I hadn't heard of, which is like an indie run, like a competitor to Patreon. I got very confused and scared by it. It's a nice idea, and it's like creator owned, so like every creator who joins essentially becomes like a co-owner, co-founder of it. And there's no big market thing, and they take less of a percentage than Patreon of your fees, and that sounds all nice and all, but I don't know that it's super accessible. It just kind of scared me. And this is just for me personally. I'm not going to shit on what they're trying to do because I think it has a nice sentiment behind it. But like, you have to apply, and then if you get accepted, you have to have like a full ass like video call or voice chat with them, where they kind of interview you, kind of talk about what will be expected from you if you're on their site, as well as like tips and help on how to like grow your audience and stuff, which. Oh, I don't do video calls and voice chat. I know you might be like, but you stream. I'm like, this is different. This is just me talking to a void. Being on a voice call or a video chat with someone else is like, it's different. It's different. It makes me very anxious. I don't know what would happen if you're someone who is nonverbal and you wanted to use that platform. I don't know. Or hard of hearing. Or deaf, I don't know. And then if you get accepted and approved, because you now will also... I'm so confused by it, because if you get accepted as a creator, obviously that means you're also one of the owners. You have to do at least 4 hours of work for them every month, and it's like, okay, but what work? It doesn't specify. It just says tasks, and I'm like what tasks? Like, things that I'm actually gonna be able to do, or things I haven't experience in, like... I just wanted to run my little thing. I get that it's because they are fully, or their staff are volunteers, so if you're taking the time, if they're taking the time to, like, let you be on their website, you have to give back to them, and I'm like, okay. I'm confused, though. And again, you're expected to be in, like, monthly, I think, at least, like, voice calls, video chats... And they also say something about giving you a mentor on leadership, and it's like, girl, I don't want a leadership mentor. I don't sign up for Patreon or a Patreon equivalent because I want to know how to be a leader. I just want to post my stuff. And it's weird from a thing that says, there's no bosses here, we don't believe in that. Then why are you teaching leadership roles? Also, like, without a clear boss, I just worry that, like, without one clear boss or a clear group of bosses, I worry about infighting, or, like, people not agreeing, or, like, if no one steps up and says, okay, this is what we're doing, this is what we need to decide on, I worry about how well that will go. Apparently there's, like, 80 members right now, and I'm like, I couldn't imagine 80 people trying to all be equal CEOs of the same company, you know? I don't know. I mean, I hope it works out for them. Just the idea of, like, if I use your platform, I have to get on, like, constant video chats with you. That makes me uncomfortable. So no, I will not be using Camaraderie. If it sounds like something that works for you, good for you. If you like being part of that community with voice chats and video calls, give me anxiety. Also, I couldn't find anywhere on their website that says they allow not safe for work stuff. Nowhere does it say that they allow not safe for work stuff. I looked at their list of creators, I couldn't find that any of them were posting not safe for work stuff, so I don't know if that's allowed. I also couldn't find if they allow for audio posting. Like, obviously they allow images because there's artists on there, but I don't know about other stuff. I was just very confused looking at it. Like, I read the whole terms and service and things, and I couldn't find anywhere that said what their policy on not safe for work stuff was. On, like, how, or, like, age restricting stuff. So I got very confused. And like I said, I don't know how the mandatory voice chats or video calls work if you have difficulty speaking or difficulty hearing. And obviously if you were a not safe for work creator, especially if you were a sex worker, you may not be comfortable being on a video call, you know? I don't know. So, maybe I should start making a subscribe store already, just in case Patreon does get hit next and my Patreon page disappears. If I can draft a subscribe store page, maybe so. I just feel like it's unnecessary to actually have one that's live that you can join when Patreon is also an option. Because I feel like then people will be confused. If I go, you can have a subscribe star membership or a Patreon membership and they're the same price and do the exact same thing, I don't want people to be like, oh, but then which one should I pick? Like, I don't want people to get confused, you know? I don't know if I can link Subscribe Store to Discord, though. Because obviously with Patreon, like, you only get in the Discord while you're a Patreon member. Just because that's just always the way it was. That's the way that Discord, like, Discords for other Patreon members that I'd supported worked. So I just thought that's how they all work. I didn't know some people just let you stay after you leave. Because that's never how... I'd just never seen ones like that. While Patreon doesn't kick you when you lose your membership, it does remove your roles, and then I can just say, okay, this person has no roles, they're not a Patreon member anymore. I don't know if Subscribe Star will allow for that, so maybe at that point I'd have to just make it the Discord, you just pay 1 month and then you get to stay forever, maybe. I don't know, I just always felt like it was a way to keep people wanting to pay for Patreon every month if that's how they had to stay in the Discord. Not because I want to take the Discord away from you if you have less money, but just like, I got bills to pay, you know? I don't know. Obviously, hopefully that won't happen. Hopefully Patreon will stay fine and dandy and safe and keep allowing not safe for work content. We will see. I'm having a quick scroll if there's anything else that I saw. Other stuff! Google Drive is really starting to crack down on stuff that is stored in it. Someone's like Google Sheets of a bunch of that they were using to track like what movies they'd watched this year got taken down for being against their terms of service. Apparently it had content related to terrorism and trafficking. It didn't. It was a list of movies they've watched. Unless one of those movies had that subject in it, in which case it's like, yeah, that still shouldn't mean that should get taken down. I also had someone who'd previously commissioned me messaging me saying that like they were having problems with stuff. I'm nervous about Google Drive. So if you do have stuff on Google Drive that you don't have backed up anywhere else, if you have a Google Doc or Google Sheet that you don't have backed up, I would download those. I would download those to your phone or your PC, because it looks like maybe Google is starting to crack down and flag not safe for work content, or just any content that's saved. I mean, technically I don't think you're supposed to store not safe for work stuff in your Google Drive. Everyone does, but I don't think you're supposed to. I think that might be against their TOS. So, just a little warning. Google Drive might be cracking down on stuff, so if you do have anything on there that you don't have saved on your, like, PC or phone hard drive, I would go download them. I would go back them up. If you have any Google Drive files, Google Docs, Google Sheets, whatever. I went and backed everything up. Because I was like, yeah. Maybe nothing will happen, but that's not a chance I want to take, so... that little note. Is there anything else that I want to make you guys aware of? I think that's all the censorship-y stuff. There is what's the cartoon thing? Cartoonists against adult content censorship. Which again, I've retweeted this on my Blue Sky. From the comic codes of the 1950s to today's platform bans, erotic comics have always been under fire. Now giants like Patreon, Gumroad, Stripe, Etsy, and Itch.io hide behind payment processors to justify sweeping restrictions. Their monopolies don't just silence creators in the US, they choke off artists around the world. Read our statement demands and find more resources at cartoonists.coop/censorship-pay-discrimination. That is like the most recent thing I retweeted on my Blue Sky. The page has a big button for you to email 20 plus customer service departments all at once with an editable, if you like, pre-written letter. You can even do it from your phone. There's zero reason. Yeah, so there you go. You can, there's that thing as well, which I presume, part of the, again, attacks, well, I shouldn't say attacks, the fight back against payment processors because of what happened with Itch, but specifically from the perspective of people who were using Itch.io for their comics and cartoons, not game development, but obviously a lot of people have also used it for game development is the thing that people most associate with Itch, but it isn't just a game platform, it's just a thing that you can host games on, but you can also sell any kind of digital download on. But I think that's all the shit. I'm a little stressed right now because there's a couple, like, some DM stuff happening that I'm like waiting for responses on that are kind of stressing me out, and obviously I'm still stressed out about all of this. I don't want to lose Patreon. I don't want Patreon to ban not safe for work content. That's my job. So we can bookmark this as I'm gonna stop talking about stuff that makes me sad on stream. I just wanted to let you guys know where we're at, and also, if you are someone who has been emailing or been thinking about emailing or calling or anything, to advertise this website as a good resource that has everything and all the links you could need all at once. So I'm gonna BRB to go to the bathroom, but I'm gonna leave you guys, and then be right back with a happier little update. If you weren't aware, there is someone, and I don't remember their name, who makes, like, monthly, like, Google Sheet, like, Excel spreadsheets of what the most popular ships on AO3 are, like, in terms of what ships have the most fanfic. Obviously, up there might be some, like, Marvel stuff. I'm not gonna name some of the fandoms, obviously, that are normally high up on that list, but obviously Destiel from Supernatural is always pretty high. I don't know if Destiel was the #1 still. But I'm happy to tell you... Where the fuck did it go? In happier news... Javik has placed #3 on the AO3 charts. I don't know if that was just for the month or for all time. Maybe it's just for the months, but it's the first time Javik has ever had the #1 spot, and it is the first time a ship with a disabled character, or more than one. I mean, obviously with Javik it's more than one, because Jace ends up disabled by the end of Season 2. But it's the first time a ship with disabled characters has ever placed #1 on the AO3 charts, and during Disability Pride Month, no less. So, happy Disability Pride Month. I will be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Sorry about that. Did my music? Oh no, the music's still playing. Okay. Okay. What am I doing? We talked about shit, and obviously all of that is on my mind, as well as some personal life stuff. So I'm feeling things. In terms of other updates since I last saw you guys, if you're in my Discord, you saw my con haul. The webcam's not working, so I don't know that I could show you. Also, a lot of it's on my wall now, but I did find 10 of stuff, and I limited myself to just one keychain and one print. There were a bunch, but I was like, nope, just get one, just get whichever one's your favorite. So I just got one. I did find some Pokemon stuff. It was mostly a few stores had Shadow, not as much as when I saw the first couple stores with Pokemon. I thought, oh hell yeah, but then that was kind of it. I'm trying to think what people had. Someone had like badges of all of the Ancients and Beasts. There was a few different stores that had Shadow Milk and Pure Vanilla. One person had keychains of Pure Vanilla, Herb, Raspberry, Madeline, Espresso, and Latte, which is a selection, but they were the only ones who had any epic cookies. So I did get some cookie and stuff. Some people had Marvel Rival stuff, so I found things with Loki on. Oh my goodness. I did get a couple more Fear and Hunger things. Not many, only I think 2. I got a sticker of Pocket Cat and a keychain of Pocket Cat. I didn't find anything with Aries on. Womp womp. There was... No, I found one sticker of Zagreus and he was in like a discount bin. But I got him. There was some Perpetua stuff. I got a keychain and 2 prints of Perpetua. I did my first stamp rally. I actually finished one. I was gonna do the K-pop Demon Hunter. So a lot of people had K-pop Demon Hunter stuff. I was gonna try and do the stamp rally for Julia, but by the time we got there, most of the artists were out of the stamp rally sheets. And they were like, yeah, sorry, I don't have any. You'll have to go find one of the other artists. And then I found the second artist, they were like, yeah, I don't have any either. And at that point, I just gave up. Because it's like, they probably don't have any prizes left either, do they? They were like, we didn't think it would be this popular. I'm like, you have... That was an incorrect thought. But I was on a mission to get stuff of Baby. From K-pop Demon Hunters. I mean, Julie wanted K-pop Demon Hunters in general, but in particular Baby, obviously. And when we walked in straight away, there was a big poster of all of the Saja boys, and we were like, hell yeah. Thing number 1. And then we couldn't find anything. Well, and then apparently I bought a keychain with them all on, which I don't remember doing, and when we got back to the hotel room, I pulled it out and I was like, Green, do you remember me buying this? And he's like, yeah, it's like the second thing you got. I was like, was it? I like don't have any memory. But then we couldn't find anything else. We couldn't find anything else. We were on the whole con, couldn't find anything else. Went, sat down, ate, and we're like, should we take one last trip around to make sure we didn't miss anything before we go rest our feet? So we did, and there was an aisle that we'd already gone down, but I guess we kind of missed a few of the stalls because we were just beelining because Green was also taking part in one of the stamp rallies because they had a Valve stamp rally that had TF2 in it, so obviously. We were like, oh right, we just beelined for good last. We totally like didn't properly look, and lo and behold, that's where all the Baby stuff was. Someone had these keychains they'd made using like screenshots from the show and then resin and then like loads of little sprinkles and glitter and deco stuff. So we got one of they didn't have one of Baby on his own. They had one of Baby and Gino on the same one, so Julia got that. And then the stall opposite had stickers of all 5 of the boys. I got all 5, and the artist was like, you're the first one who's bought all 5. I'm like, well, how could anyone separate that? And then the person who had the keychains also had badges. So and then Giles, who somehow we just completely, who was cosplaying Baby, just didn't see the first time we went round. Also had badges of them. So I got her a few Baby things. I think she's got a print with all of them on, and then a sticker 2 keychains with all of them on, and then 2 badges, just a baby, and a keychain with baby. She got, yeah, that was my mission. She told me I wasn't allowed to buy any more Jujutsu Kaisen stuff because she has too much. But I did my mission, chat. Yeah. There's nothing that I remember seeing that I, like, regret not picking up. I got a print of rules, but I didn't get a keychain of him because they were all sold out. I would have got that if it wasn't sold out. But it's fine, I've got a print of him. I mean, I already had Holly's print of him, but now I've got 2 prints of him looking looking all seductive. And oh my god, this one stall had like quite a few Castlevania things, which is so hard to find Castlevania fan art, like artist-alley stuff, there's never anything. But this one person, they had like, they're like, oh look, they've got some buttons and some keychains, and some like acrylic pins down here, and then I think it was green and pointed, and I looked up and they had a keychain of all rocks. So, which you don't understand. No one, if you look at Castlevania, even on Etsy, there's barely anything. And the few Castlevania animation pieces of fan art there are, there's even less of Nocturne. For something that you think must be popular, because it keeps getting renewed on Netflix, right? Compared to something like Arcane, there's like no fan art. If you compare it to Arcane, it must be like 1% of the amount of fan art. They had an Aurochs keychain. So I have an Aurochs keychain now. I think my favorite things I got a really nice Victor print. I really like the Perpetua prints, the Aurochs keychain. This one stupid sticker of Tenna. And I got a sticker of but did I get Boy Done Good had a Snapcube Sonic sticker. It's Sonic on the bisexual flag with the whoa, he's bisexual, I didn't know that. So if I'm gonna see Snapcube in the wild, I had to. I'm looking at my wall. I don't know what else is new. Oh, someone had stickers of Victor in with cat ears and a tail and a maid dress. And I was like, oh my god, there's only one left. I'm so sorry, Julia. This will have to be mine. And then Green was like, no, look, there's a second one. It fell off. It's on the table. I was like, so I got the last 2. They're mine and Julia's now. No one else can have any. And the fact that I finished the stamp rally, I was happy about that. That's the first one I've ever done. Because normally, there's not ones I've been interested in before, but there was a bunch. Going in, I was going to try and do the K-pop Demon Hunters one for Juliet, and there was a Vampires one, but it immediately was just so overwhelming. It was way busier in there than we thought it was going to be. I had made the mistake in going in a cosplay that had a wig on. It was so hot. Even though it wasn't that bad outside, we'd been walking around for about 10 minutes, and I already was like, I already have a headache, like, I already, like, feel like I haven't eaten enough, I haven't drank enough, there's no easy way to drink while we're walking around, and this wig is getting in my way, and it's making my head so hot. And also, I was crying. I lost my gloves. I have a really nice pair, or I had a really nice pair of leather gloves that fit so nice, and I bought them in a vintage fair years ago, so they were secondhand, so they were already like all broken in, and they were so comfy, and they were my gloves, they were like the one pair of gloves I have. The only other gloves I have is like one big thick pair of like winter kind of ski, like thick gloves, and fingerless gloves, so they were like my go-to comfy, I wear these everywhere gloves. And we don't know where they were. When I got off the train, I went into the toilet so I didn't ride the train with my binder on, because otherwise I would have run out of the time limit. So I went, and also I didn't want to wear the wig on the train because I would have been embarrassed. So I went into the toilets, and my gloves were in my pocket in my trousers. I went to the toilets, and I got my binder on, I got the wig on, I peed. So I'm like, when I pulled my trousers down and up, did they fall out? But I don't know, or they fell out on the way walking to the con. Because I didn't, the moment we got inside, I was like, right, need to put the gloves on to complete the cosplay. Wait, they're not there. And Green very sweetly, I was like, you don't have to, it's fine. Asked the train station staff if there was a lost and found and if they had any gloves, but they didn't. They didn't have any, so... I don't have any gloves anymore. And I know, and the thing is, it's because, like, I have very small hands, and even by small hand standards, I have, like, weirdly short little fingers, so it's really hard to find gloves that fit me, that don't, like, go crazy off my fingers, so often I have to get kids' gloves. Almost always I always have to get kids' gloves, but then the problem is, depending on the brand and the manufacturer, they can either fit me okay, or cut off my circulation and be too small. But any pair of adult gloves is gonna be too big. And I don't want to think about it too much because I'll cry. I was just very emotionally attached to them. They were a good little find, you know? Yeah, they're all gone. All weekend I was like, just don't think about that you lost your gloves. You're gonna be upset, don't think about it. And so I'm still, part of my brain's still getting upset about that, which might seem silly, but I was emotionally attached to them. Just because of how difficult it is for me to find, like, things for my hands and feet that fit me. I'm kind of emotionally exhausted from, like, social battery drained from the weekend. I'm a little still sore. And, just from all the walking, also the me endlessly climbing up and down on my bed, like 100 times a day, Monday, Tuesday, to redo all the posters on my wall. And then, I don't know. I'm still, like, stressed and upset about, obviously everything that's happening that we already talked about that I'm not gonna go back over. And then to top it all off, you guys know I have, my Julia bracelet. If you've ever watched me do a hand cam stream, you've seen it. A solo bracelet Julia made. It says Julia on it. It was the first thing she ever made for me. She sent it me in the first care package she ever sent me, 3 years ago. And I've worn it every day. I wear it every day. I only take it off to shower or to go to sleep. The rest of the time it is on me. And because I've had it for years and she used kind of like fabric-y string, it's got stretched out a lot in 3 years. And I knew, I was like, one day it's probably gonna break, but, you know, I try and be careful and, because we are such long distance, you know. I'm emotionally attached to it, you know, it's sentimental, and it's a way for me to feel... I'm a sap, okay? It's a way for me to feel closer to her since we live 10 hours apart by plane. So, last night, I was just chilling, and I was like, oh, my food alarm's going off, I need to go get my food, and somehow either it got caught on the end of the arm of my chair, or it got, like, because it was so baggy, because I've been wearing it every day for 3 years, or it got, like, caught under my thigh, and I went to move my arm up while I was still sitting. It snapped last night. I had a bit of an autistic meltdown. Luckily, almost all of the beads stayed on the string. Only like a couple of them fell on the floor. So all the order of the beads was still there. Well, actually, I later, no, I think about 5 beads fell on the floor. So I put it back together, like Fredbear would. I don't have as good string as Julia does, and I've never worked with sea beads before, so I don't know if I put it as good together as Julia did. And obviously I was very upset that I'd broken it. And, but I just have like the cheap shitty elastic string. But I used that. It's back together. I'm just upset because obviously the few beads that fell off onto the floor, I don't know if I've put them back on in the same order that Julia had them on, like, because they're all just like, they're in the same, everything's in the same pattern, but there's like a group of white seed beads at the back that I don't know if they're in a different order, and you might be like, what does that matter? They're all white seed beads, what does it matter if it's not the exact white seed bead in the same exact, because it matters to me. And you know what seed beads are like, they're all like kind of slightly different shapes. But, yeah, it's all back together. I've been wearing, the way that I do bracelets, if you've ever got a bracelet off me, I've given some out at con and during like donathon giveaways. I usually use pony beads, so it's not usually that much of a problem, is I'll do like a quadruple knot, and then I'll put super glue on the knot, and then the knot gets hidden inside the pony beads, because pony beads are so big. Obviously they're not so hidden on this, because these are seed beads, so it can't hide inside them. I'm a bit worried about, because I didn't actually have any regular super glue left, I just had like leather glue, and I was like, sure, that'll do. I mean, it's not, you know, the knot's not budging, but I'm a bit worried, because obviously this is much a cheaper, shittier material than what Julia uses to fasten her bracelets, so I'm just a little bit worried about it, being... not as sturdy as it was. I just realized, I hope it's not. I just looked at my wrist and I was like, I'm not having a reaction to the glue, am I? I just spilt something on myself. Let's hope that's it. Yeah, let's hope that's it. But yeah, it's all better now, but I'm worried that obviously the shitty elastic key stuff that I have, I'm worried about it not being as sturdy as it was before. Sorry. To moisturize my hands. Hopefully it'll be fine. So I had a bit of a cry last night on top of everything else that's happening. And I'm still kind of like, because I had, I'll be honest, an embarrassingly large meltdown about it. Both from, oh god, I broke this thing that's like the most precious thing to me, and I broke this thing that the most precious person in the world to me made for me, but also an almost trauma response from when I was a kid that, you know, my mum would kill me if I broke anything. All of that is, I'm still like recovering, I think, emotionally from that, even though it's fixed now, so it's fine. I really didn't think I was going to talk for 2 hours. I say that every stream, don't I? But I don't think I have any talking left in me, which is why I put this in the co-working category instead of the chatting category, because I knew I wasn't going to be able to keep this up. Ugh, makes me flared up here. I might have to leave the bracelet off for a little bit. But so, co-working, that's what it says. Yeah, it's 24 in here, give me a second. Oh, no. Don't fall down. Okay. Co-working, I said coding, I did not decide what page. Because I wasn't sure. But I'm gonna chat a little less, obviously, like always, if you guys have questions or anything. You're free to keep chatting. I'm just gonna try and not ramble as much. I'll switch up the music in a second. Oh, my website. Right. I got a bunch of pages that are not finished and a bunch of new pages that I want to make one day. As for what I want to do right now, that's what I gotta figure out. Oh, Bless, thank you so much for subscribing. I hope you enjoy your ad-free viewing and access to all of the emotes we have here. So, let me think. If you're not familiar, I know, if you guys are tired of the spiel, I do it every time in case there's new people, and because I'm trying to convert more people into using Neocities. Shh, don't tell them that. This is my website. I use Neocities to build it, which unlike other website builders like Card or Wix, Neocities is a coded website, as in you have to write the code. It's not just a drag and drop a bunch of things into place, which I know sounds a lot more complex. The benefit of having a NeoCities is it is completely up to you what you want to put on it. You can put not safe for work content on there. They won't stop. It's your own website. For example. But so like this is the back end of the homepage, for example. But let me get to my little page. I know it seems scary. I've been coding it for just over a year. There's a lot of stuff I still want to do on it. I did not know how to code at all before starting. So if you don't know how to code either, don't be afraid. I'm here to teach you the ways. I don't know if I'd be a good teacher. Everything I learn is from a mix of the NeoCities editor, the NeoCities tutorial. If you make a NeoCities account, they have a tutorial, an interactive tutorial for you to go through. W3 Schools is a separate website that has a bunch of interactive tutorials for a bunch of different kinds of code, including HTML and CSS, which is what your website will be built with. Essentially, HTML is the code of saying like what is on your site. Like, there is going to be a box here, and here is the text that's inside the box, and then next to it I want a picture, and here's the picture. And then CSS is telling it what you want that text to look like. So in the CSS is where you put the font size, the font color, the font. Right, if that makes sense. So HTML is like, I want a box of text here, and that's where you type in the text you want in the box. And then the CSS part is being like, this is the font I want to use, this is the size of the text I want, this is the color of the text that I want. Is the basic difference between them. JavaScript you can put in your website if you want fancy as shit. I have like very little JavaScript on my website because it's painful. But I am not a master of the ways, because everything that you see here is built on other people's free themes. If coding from scratch is intimidating to you, you don't have to. I didn't. There's a bunch of different free layouts that you can use and customize. This page on my website is called Explore the Web. There is every kind of resource that you could ever want for making a website. Even if you don't use NeoCities, you could use NecaWeb, you could use a different thing. I need to change this link because Sadgirl has changed where her layout builder is. I should probably do that right now. Hang on. What is... Yeah, leaf page. I don't know what's happening. My PC is lagging. Yeah, no, don't type the word layout into the code. That's not what I was trying to get you to do. There's nowhere where it says that? Yes, there is. What? Oh, this is the code for the homepage. That's not the code I want to be. The website is correct. I am the one who is on the wrong page. Sometimes it lags being on stream. If I wasn't on stream, it wouldn't be lagging at all. Shit. No. No. Oh, it's lagging really bad. Oh, it's lagging really bad. Maybe if I work on like a smaller page, it won't. I need to change this link. God, I need a new PC. Yeah, it's been 2 months since my dad promised for my birthday that he would just source the parts for me. And he hasn't. He still hasn't. I do need to ask him about it. Every time I find him on his own and go to ask him, he starts crying about something. So I'm like, well, this doesn't feel appropriate. Let me give you a hug and I guess I'll ask you about it later. It takes like 3 minutes to boot this thing off. I thought it wasn't going to turn on this morning, genuinely. Because it took so long to turn on this morning that by the time it had turned on, my monitors had gone into sleep mode. Because it took that long for the PC to turn on. So I was there waiting like, why isn't it switched? Where is it? Why isn't it on? It should be on by now. Oh, it really should be on by now. And then I turned my monitor on and off. And oh, my monitor went to sleep mode. That's never happened before. It's never taken so long that my monitors went to sleep. Anyway, this page and the home page and a lot of pages on my website are built off of this theme that I just edited the colors and positionings of stuff. Just by messing around. For me personally, what works the best is just looking at the code and being like, okay, so this is the footer, background color, width, height. I wonder what happens if I change the width or the height. I mean, it's pretty explanatory. It changes the width and height of the footer. But just messing around with the values for me and then seeing what happens has been the easiest thing. And like I said, I didn't code mine from scratch because it's just not a thing that this is a free theme you can use. It's just not a thing that I've, like, been interested in. Learning how to code something entirely from scratch. When there's a perfectly good free theme out there, like, I know that I'm gonna get frustrated trying to code the entire thing from scratch. So if I can find a free theme that works, that I can edit to look really nice, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna work funner, not harder. Obviously Ref has a bunch of free themes. There's a pom-pom purring theme. If you want a pom-pom purring sound. But yeah, we've got other cool sites I really like: website building resources and coding help, free websites and layouts, graphics resources, generators, tutorials, widgets, games and interactive elements for your site, web communities, web rings, clicks, pixel clubs, and more, web manifestos and guides, essentially just like text posts talking about why build the NeoCities, taking the internet back, creating places online that are NeoCities doesn't have any ads, non-corporate, no paywalls, archiving and preserving media and websites, promoting tech literacy and web accessibility. My website is not coded to work on mobile. Sorry, I don't know how to do that. You have to code things like entirely differently in order to make them work on mobile phones, and I don't know how to do that. So if you look at this on mobile, all the columns might show up in a different order than they should. Because, yeah, it's not just as simple as open it on your phone. It's like, no, if you open a website on your phone and it works, it's because someone has coded both the desktop and the mobile version. I don't understand how to code the mobile version. I'd basically have to code a second version of every page, and that sounds scary. And also, it has to be, responsive? Whatever that means. I don't know what that means. So, if you try and open it on your phone, you should be able to read everything. Like, nothing will overlap. But it'll just be like one column wide and the order might get messed up. Even if you're on PC, if you're not on 720p for some reason, if you don't have a 1080 monitor, for some reason, as soon as you make the window this small, these two columns switch order. And I have no idea why. I didn't change that in the theme. But this is essentially what it looks like on a phone. You just get everything. Oh, okay, those do kind of get fucked up. Well, anyway. Also, you can give Mori pets if you want. Yeah, pets for Mori. It was raining, but now he's happy. So, you know, if you ever want to visit, or leave a little note, have a little exploration, or leave a little note in my guest book, feel free. Yeah, the only JavaScript I have on the site is this music player here, which again, I did not make. This was made by Oddity Commodity. Credit is down here. I just put his code into my site. It was not as simple as that. It didn't work at first, but then I got it to work and it's all fine. It was all fine in the end. Also, one of the web rings I applied to back in February got back to me, so they're down here now. They were like, sorry, I haven't checked this email in a long time. And I was like, no worries. I just assumed I didn't get in. I'd kind of forgotten about all of this, so I got another web ring down here now. But yes, I was torn between... God, there's so many pages unfinished. My European musicals master list, right, this page, which I so badly, you know, it's a page based on a Word document that I made a long time ago when I was peak into my obsessive European musicals thing. I'm not phased because I'm not out of it. When I first fell into this special interest, and I want to finish it. I don't know if I like the- I keep being torn of like, I don't know if I like the layout, should I completely recode the page? But also it's like, fuck, just doing this is one musical. This is just, because it's not just a list of each musical, but it's also each production of that musical. The whole point is it's meant to be a resource of, if you guys want to get into non-English language original musicals, so German musicals, French musicals, Czech musicals, Russian musicals, etc., not only will this be a list of them, but I will also directly link to where you can stream the cast album, where you can stream audio and video if it exists on streaming, where you can purchase audio and video if there are cast albums and DVDs, and where you can download for free audio and video and stream for free audio and video if there is such links online, because you know, I think these should be more accessible. Only for pro shots. I'm not linking bootlegs on here. You could find bootlegs yourself, and I'll have bootlegs for Elizabeth on that shrine. Point is, gosh, this is just for Three Musketeers. I didn't realize there were this many productions. I knew about these 4, and that was no, and Tecklenburg, so that was 5. I don't know about all these ones. I'm not going to include like high school productions or like amateur theatre productions, but like, oh, all these are official ones. Oh, are they? Okay, fuck. It looks like a mess because I haven't done anything in these other 2 columns yet. I'm hoping once something's in the other columns it will look better. But yeah, you can see I last updated this almost a year ago, because just doing this section took a whole day. But once the other columns are full, they will all 3 of them will be like the same width, like this one is. Which also is not finished at all. It's not finished at all. So I can work on that, but I don't know if I'm feeling it. I'd work on the pull it page, but I'm kind of not feeling it. I'm not working on my media log because I don't even know if I want to keep doing this, because it's such a pain. Like, my 2024 media log is done and finished, and that can remain. It's like all the films, TV, theatre, games, audio, writing, fandoms, characters, and ships that I got into, and then I rank them. Because I like being able to look back and be like, look at all the stuff that I watched or listened to this year. But like, boy, I started 2025 and I so didn't finish. I mean, the last time I would updated this was in February. It's past February. But I don't know, maybe I will. I would like to. It's just, I don't have a lot of fun doing the media log page. But I can't remember. I know I've got a lot of OC pages to work on. I'm a bit in a funk, and my depression hasn't gone away since it came. I'm still in that depressive episode from a couple months ago, so that's still lingering. It's been hard to get myself to do anything, but I have been managing to still record audios. I'm really trying to push because I'm so behind. Because of my depression and because of having a hard time recording because of the heat and not being able to be in my room. I used to be 4 weeks in front. I'm less than 2 weeks in front now. Like, it's becoming a problem, and I'm getting to commissions later than I would like. Not later than my TOS states, but still just not as fast as I was before. So if you did commission me and I was getting them done within 48 hours, now it's kind of taking more like almost the full 28 days. I'm sorry, I'm not mentally with it. I'm looking at all these pages and I'm like, I don't really want to work on any of them, but that's why I streamed, to make sure that I would do something, because if not, I was just gonna sit here staring at a blank screen, just feeling sorry for myself. And I don't wanna do that. But I don't know if on the last stream we finished Solus's page, so if we didn't, I should finish that first, otherwise I'm going to consistently forget that I didn't finish it. So... let's have a look. I did not finish it. He doesn't have his little pictures. Okay. Are these? I don't know if these links, this information is correct either. So that's weird. And I don't say that for pity points. It's just so that you guys know. I'm also stressed because I feel behind on audios because instead of being 4 weeks ahead, I'm only 2 weeks, and I need to get more ahead because in a couple weeks, my parents are having that decorator around who they didn't. I asked them, like, how long is he gonna be here? They didn't ask. Great. So I don't know what time he's gonna start, what time he's gonna end, but that probably means the entire time that he's here, I won't be able to stream. Maybe I'll only be able to stream on weekends. I presume he'll take days off. Real nice of them to hire a decorator without like consulting us, even though we have to pay to live here. But anyway, so I also won't be able to record while he's here because he will be upstairs in the hallway making a lot of noise. So I'm having to think about getting even more audios recorded in advance. I've just been really not. It's been a struggle to get myself to record. And I know it's like, but it's such an easy job. I know, I just, ugh. So, I've really got to try and get a bunch of stuff recorded in advance, because my only options for those weeks are either record in the evening after he's gone, and hope that my family aren't making too much noise, but that also does mean missing out on the time I get to spend with Julia, because of our time zone difference, the only time I get to spend with her is the evening time. Or I record in the morning before he gets here. However, my parents aren't going to wake up until he gets here, and I'm not allowed to record while they're still asleep. So... yeah. Uh-oh. Sorry, I was messing around with something. So yeah, I'm gonna think about. I really don't want to have to go on another hiatus on stream, but I don't know if I'd just be able to stream for a little bit, like once he's like gone. Like if he finishes at like 5 or something, and then I stream like maybe 5 while 8. Could be a thing. That could be a thing. Maybe just some short little streams, because it's a mix of like I don't want to make enough noise, like for decorator man to hear me talk about stuff, talk about porn, but also he'll be making a lot of noise, and the microphone will definitely pick it up, and yeah. I guess the only option would be for daytime streams, or at least here, to do like no mic streams, full just co-working, like you guys can listen to my music, but you won't be able to hear me at all. I haven't done one of those since I like lost my voice after like a con or something a few years ago. I don't know if anyone would be down for that. Sorry, I've got like something stuck in my head and I'm trying to get it out while I'm talking. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to see, because I don't even know like what time he starts in the day and then what time he's gonna leave. I don't know what days he's taking off. I don't know. Again, like, I was like, hey, Dad, how long is he gonna be here for? Like, how many days will it take? And he just said, I don't know, we didn't ask. What do you mean you didn't ask? How could you not ask how long a stranger's gonna be in your house for? He's like, I don't know, maybe like a week, maybe more. I'm like, that's a big difference. He didn't give you an well, no, well, he might have given them an estimate if they'd asked. I don't understand how you can not ask. It's just, it feels so... like, I don't want to be like someone who's like, oh, my parents are decorating and it's inconveniencing me, but it's like, both me and my sibling are autistic and don't like sudden changes of plans and don't do well with strangers being in the house. We don't, music aloud. We don't, you know... we both pay rent to live here. You know, we both pay rent to live here. We're both like not do so well with sudden change of plans, strangers being in the house. It's like we would have, or at least I would have felt a lot more comfortable knowing at least how many days he's going to be here, what days he's going to be here, what hours he's going to be working. Because, like, also, if he's doing all the work in the hallway outside and the staircase, that also means, like, so that's alright for my parents who sit downstairs all day, but me and my sibling, whose desks and offices are in our rooms, so we're not going to be able to leave. So are we not going to be able to get downstairs? Like, I'm genuinely thinking, okay, I'm going to have to get up at like 7 in the morning, make my lunch, and then bring it upstairs and just keep it upstairs until lunchtime in a box. Like bringing a packed lunch to school. Because, like, am I going to be able to leave the room? Is he going to have, like, ladders and paint and everything, like, all over, like... Because it's alright for you two, who sit downstairs all day. But, like, are we not going to be able to leave the room to, like, get to the toilet? Or, like, get to the kitchen? And I'll be real... Even if we will be able to, I'm gonna be so scared too, because I'm sure he's a nice decorating man, but like, I haven't had a good... I did cut out when I hit the microphone. Fuck. And I said, sorry guys, I hit the microphone. I didn't realize it had... Shit. I don't know what the last thing I said was. TLDR. Yeah, there's a painter and decorator coming around in 2 weeks. And me and my sibling weren't consulted or told really much about what was happening, even though we're both autistic and struggle with last minute changes of plans and people we don't know being in the house. And he's gonna basically be working on the staircase and the hallway upstairs, which is fine for my parents because both of them sit downstairs in the living room all day, but not fine for the two of us whose desks are in our rooms, which means we might not be able to get to the bathroom or the kitchen the entire time that he is here. So I'm like gonna have to make myself a packed lunch in the morning and then hide it out upstairs every single day. I don't know, and then maybe not be able to pee at all. They're fine, again, they're downstairs, there's a toilet downstairs, but we won't be able to get the toilet upstairs or the toilet downstairs if he's got all of his stuff out. And no, I don't want to walk past him because I'll have a panic attack if I have to do that. Both of us are also trans, and that just makes it, again, my experience with workmen has not been great. That makes me real nervous. There is going to be one day where, because Mum has asked him to repaint all the door frames, which I don't understand. Why can't we just do that? That's not difficult. I get, like, for the wallpaper removal and stuff, but, like, why is he doing so whatever day he picks to paint the door frames, our doors have to be open for that to happen, which is not as bad for my sibling because the way that their door opens, their desk is, like, hidden behind the door, so Mr. Decorator Man can paint their door frame and it'll be fine. Ari won't see them. But not for me. My door gives you when it's open, gives you a full view of my bedroom, including my PC, including me, where I sit at my PC, and the giant trans flag with Victor from League of Legends that I have on my wall, and I'm just like, I don't know whether to take that off the wall. I'm kind of, with the current UK climate, I'm kind of scared of having a man I don't know being able to see that. I'll be real. Also, if he needs the door open all the way, it doesn't really... If he wants to, I'm gonna have to, okay. I actually have a hook behind my door that has a bunch of trans flags on, even more pride flags on. I'm gonna have to take that off the wall, aren't I? Otherwise he's not gonna be able to open the door all the way. I'm just hoping whatever day he picks to do that, we get told in advance. Because I said to Ari, I was like, look, whatever day that they want our bedroom doors open so he can paint the door frame, which I don't know why we're hiring a guy to do that, because, like, how hard is it to paint a door frame yourself? Do you want to just go out for the day and then we don't have to witness that? But I don't know, because I don't know if we'll even be told in advance, so we might just get, knock, 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 I need you to open the door now. And then I just get to what? Sit here while there's a strange man looking at me? And, you know, both of us stream as part of our jobs, while that's, like, Ari's only source of income. And neither of us will be able to to stream, and I won't be able to record the entire time that he's here. It just feels a bit like, couldn't we have talked about this? Because it literally could have stopped both of us from being able to do our jobs. Am I crazy for that? And while you might, yes, my parents don't know I'm autistic, they do know about Ari. They're the baby, they can get away with more stuff. I can't tell them about me, that's not allowed. So it's like, okay, well, you know at least one of us is mentally ill. I mean, they do know I'm mentally ill, but they just never believe me. Anyway, that's a different issue. Point is, it's like, right, and you didn't think maybe it would be nice if you, like, told people with mentally ill children this so that they would be, like, more prepared? No, because they don't do any research into what that actually means. So I'm just real, like, also, kind of stressing about that. A lot stressing about that as well. Like, in the back of my mind, I'm constantly thinking, okay, there's gonna be a strange man in here for, like, who knows how long? Maybe a week, maybe more. Wonderful. And for that entire time, I might not be able to leave my bedroom between, like, 9 to 5. I don't know what hours he's working. So I'll just have to hold in my pee and store food in my room. And then record at like 7 PM when I'm gonna be tired. The reason I record first thing in the morning because nothing's happened to upset me in the day yet, right? But I do it before I check my emails, before I see anything horrible online, so I just get it done. But I would presume and hope I'll take the weekends off, but I don't know. I had to ask Dad just a few questions of like, when is he working, when's he gonna be here, and I just got hit with, I don't know. I know he's starting on August 12th. And then I don't know. And like, they just like, I have some, sorry, I'm like still around. I have like there's a shelf unit downstairs that has some of my Etsy stuff on because, you know, it's hard to have bedroom plus warehouse plus office plus bathroom, honestly, because I'm not really, they don't make space for me to keep my toiletries in the bathroom, all in this one tiny bedroom. So there's a shelf downstairs that has most of my Etsy supply, like packing stuff on. So they moved that entire shelf unit while I was away for Comic-Con at the weekend, and I can't find a bunch of my stuff. Like, some of my stuff they decided that some of it they were going to put inside different boxes and then not tell me, and I couldn't find my I was like, where are my business cards? And they were like, they got put in here. I'm like, why? That's not, why? There was room for them on the shelf, why did you hide them inside other boxes? And I can't find any of my A5 hardback envelopes. So I had to order more. I thought I had like meant to be 3 more, but who knows what. Like, why did you? And then I got told off for I just asked like, hey, is all my stuff here or is some of it elsewhere? And then Mum screamed at me for like asking and insinuating that they moved stuff. I'm like, but you did move stuff. But I guess she was mad at me for insinuating that they might have purposely or accidentally hidden anything, and I'm like, okay, but I mean, it's not here. Why did you pick the 2 days that I wasn't here? Because I'm moving stuff out of the hallway because the decorator's also going to do the hallway downstairs as well, and it's like, why did you pick the 1 day that I wasn't here to move the only things in this hallway that belong to me? They're so strange. So yeah, I got back, found that, and was like trying to find my business cards, and then got yelled at. So that was my welcome home from Comic-Con. And I don't mean to sound ungrateful, because I know it's like, I got a roof over my head living here, you know? And when I do need driving somewhere, my dad will drive me to the train station, because I can't drive and it's not walkable from where we live, but... Like, I don't mean to sound ungrateful, you know? I'm in like an anxiety wait mode even though it's like 2 weeks away. And when they'd originally booked it, we thought I was gonna be moved. They booked this like months ago and we thought I might be moved out in time. Because I'd made an offer, you know, on apartments. And then obviously got rejected. It's like, if you... I just don't get why not wait till I move out, because hopefully it'll happen soon. And they're getting charged per room, and Mum wants to redo my bedroom, but obviously can't while I'm living here. And it's like, then why not just wait till I move, and then you could have had him do all the hallway and my bedroom at the same time, and saved you having to book a guy out another year as well. Also, obviously, yeah, they're having it done in the summer because, they're having it in the summer for reasons that make sense of, like, if it stinks of paint, they want to be able to have the windows wide open to get the smell out. But what that does also mean is I won't be able to have my door open in the heat, so I hope it won't be too hot. Because obviously this room is horrible. We've established this. Green calls it a portal to hell. This room is horrible for the heat, and having the door open really helps cool it down a lot, but I won't be able to do that with Mr. Man here, otherwise my room might stink of paint, and I have a very I get sensory overload from, like, smells. And also, like I said, because the way that my door is, it was taken off its hinges and put back on the other way around by my parents when we first moved here, because the only place that we could really fit my bed meant that if we kept the door on the hinges the regular way around, you wouldn't be able to walk around it. You'd have to climb onto the bed and crawl over the bed to get to the rest of the room. Which, thinking about now, I'm like, kinda wish you'd have done that, and then none of you would have been able to get in my room. But yeah, so they took the door off the hinges and put it on the other way around, so when it's open, yeah, you can see into the entire room. Which is why I don't like having my door open. I'm not gonna feel really comfy sitting in here doing anything on my PC if Mr. Decorating Man can see it, so... Hopefully I also don't boil. If they'd picked any other time other than the summer, I wouldn't have to worry about that. But I get that, like, they don't want the windows open and it to get, like, they don't want to do it in the winter and have to have the windows open and it get cold. I get that. Maybe you could have picked, like, September, though, where it'll still be warm, but not, like, so warm that I'll die. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I said I would stop rambling. But yeah, if I... Fuck. Then the reason why I know I haven't finished Deltarune Chapter 4, I just... With the mood I'm in, where I do feel very, like, on the verge of tears again. I'll be okay. But it is, like, I'm worried and stressed about that happening, and about not being able to work for maybe for 2 weeks, or a week. I don't know how long he's gonna be here. I'm anxious and stressed about not having specifics. I'm stressed about not being able to work for at least a week, or less. Who knows? I'm obviously stressed about whether Patreon might delete itself. I'm stressed about, just the whole situation, the payment processor situation, and still reeling from what happened on Tumblr, and I've still got things going up on Tumblr, and... Yeah. Let's put some images on Solus's page. I haven't- that's... not a quote that Solus said. Let's work on this page, and then once this is done, I'll figure out something else. I would love to work on my graphics pages, but I'm having to rethink, because what I originally said is, I'll do a graphics page where I wanted it to be like a proper resource of, like, here's every single stamp, here's every single banner, here's every single blinky, like everything that I've found that you can use to decorate your pages with, and I wanted to put them all on Neocities. But guys, like, stamps alone is like 3,000 image files that I'd have to individually, like, code into the page, and obviously the more images, the more the page would, like, take longer to load, and that's just the stamps. I don't know how many images I have of other things, so I scrapped that idea because it was gonna be too much, and instead it was just gonna be my personal favorite stuff. I called it my graphics battle jacket after Vampire Nest's Blinky battle jacket page, and it's just a page of my favorite ones, a page of, like, either ones that I feel reflect me or my aesthetic or fandoms that I like and I'm into. And the page is taking a while to load because there's so many pictures on it. But the only... It is taking a long time to load. I still haven't put stamps on this page. Maybe we could do that today. I still haven't added stamps. Have I not added non-pixel ones either? Okay, well maybe we could finish this off. And not all like in Rainbow Water because that was pleasing to my brain. So like, avatars, for example, it goes black and white to red to orange to yellow to green to blue to purple to pink. And then anything that's like rainbow is getting stuck on the very end. Obviously this is not my entire collection, and obviously the ones on this page are not ones that I made. I mean, some of them might be. I might add some of the ones I made. But so far nothing on this page is anything that I made. They're all like free to use things from other websites. Just as the stuff that the graphics that I've made are also free to use, you know. Which is fun when I go on like someone's Artfight profile and they're using like the ghost stamps that I made. I'm like, I made those? Oh my goodness. Because I did make stamps for every single ghost character. I mean, not up to date, not since Perpetua, but every ghost character, every Hades and every Hades character. Not every Hades 2 character, because more have been updated since last time. A lot of Castlevania characters, every Fear and Hunger character. Every Toontown Corporate Clash boss. A bunch of Transformers. A bunch of Vampire Hunter D ones. Okay, the fact that I didn't finish the graphics page actually makes me excited. So we'll finish Solus's page first, because I don't want to leave this left off. I also have crispy M&Ms that I stole. I didn't steal. Look, we walked past a vending machine. That's not true. I was going to go to the vending machine anyway. And I wanted regular M&Ms and they didn't have any. They only had crispy and peanut. Which are fine. I mean, I like the peanut ones are fine. I couldn't remember what the crispy ones tasted like. But there just happened to be already a packet of crispy M&Ms hanging by a thread. Like, they'd already come out of the little twirly thing that the vending machines, you know, twirl around and then your food comes out of them. Little rack thing. It'd already come out of it and it was just, like, hanging on by a thread. And I was like, Green, what do you think will happen if I, like, buy a pack of crispy M&Ms? Do you think it'll knock the other pack off? And then I'll get two. And I did. So... these were my free M&Ms. I don't know who, like, I don't know. You know, if you're in, like, an arcade and you win a plush on one of the claw machines and it gets stuck, you go and you get a staff member. I don't know, maybe whoever ordered the crispy M&Ms were just like, ah, fuck it. I guess I gotta get on my train because it was the one in the train station. Or I didn't notice, or I don't know. If it were me, I'd be like, staff member, I bought that and they got stuck. But, more crispy M&Ms. I will say, I don't like, I mean, regular M&Ms and mini M&Ms are the best, to me. They taste the same, one's just smaller. Then peanut, then... I tried salted caramel M&Ms the other day. I love salted caramel. They were quite nice. So, regular and mini, because they're the exact fucking same flavor. Then peanut. Then salted caramel. Then crispy. I don't really like them that much. They're okay. But I'll eat them. But, like, tell me why they have, like, a weird aftertaste. Like, after I ate the whole other bag, I had, like a weird fake minty toothpaste taste in my mouth afterwards. There's no mint in these. So where's that from? I don't know. Not like properly strong mint. Have you ever had like a mint toothpaste that's pink? There's like a weird fleshy color and the mint kind of tastes weird. That's the aftertaste I get from crispy M&Ms. So I don't love that part of the experience. Well, cheers to you, Ick. I will clink my bag of crispy M&Ms. There you go. Against yours. Let's put some music on. And let's get some work done. And if you guys have questions, I'll still respond to chat. I'm just gonna try and not chat too much because I just don't have the energy for it. But especially if you got questions about the site or about coding or about how anything works, I will be more than happy to. If you're in my Discord, we have a website building channel. If you hear me crunching on M&Ms, you're just gonna have to deal with that. Let me see here for music. I could just do my current regular playlist that I've been listening to, and if some of them get copyright claimed and muted, you'll just have to deal with the fact that parts of this one are going to be silent once it's up on YouTube. Maybe I'll take off, most Vocaloid songs are fine to play on stream, they don't get you content ID'd, but TACs, TAC, their songs, yeah, they instantly get content ID'd and muted, so that's Lemon Melon Cookie, Mochi Mochi, Psycho Mode, those are all instant. If I play Lemon Melon Cookie, my life will be over. I mean, I've got K-pop stuff on this playlist, so that'll probably get muted. The Lady Gaga stuff I don't think got muted, it just got blocked in certain countries. Or I could just put Vocaloid on, or I could put like... I don't know. I've been listening to a bunch of different random music. My little playlist that I had while I was at Comic-Con. Before I left, I was listening to a lot of K-pop again, but already my brain is no longer hyper- like, the playlist that I had before I left, my brain's already not hyper-fixated on anymore. But I need to put some music on. So it's either gonna be... I usually go like Cuphead, or Sailor Moon, or Vocaloid, or Ultra Kill, because none of that stuff will get the stream muted. BookTik won't either, it just gets it blocked in like Russia and Belarus is normally the places that get blocked. I guess they have different music rights there. Ow, Oh, I don't see, now I'm like paused because my brain can't pick what music it wants on. Maybe we'll just put Vocaloid on. Maybe that's the thing to do. Where's my Vocaloid for stream playlist? Did Windows Media Player crash? No, okay. Maybe Psycho Mode didn't get caught? Mochi Mochi and Lemon Melon Cookie definitely did. Lemon Melon Cookie definitely did. I've just put Vocaloid on. Is that cool with chat? I might drag some of the medleys over into this playlist as well. In case I made a new medley last week, I was very happy. Because I had monitoring in it. Version of number 1? No? Is it not real? Okay, yes, the original. Right, I think when he drags over... So if you haven't seen my other OC pages, I'm like so on the wrong page over here. New Miku playlist? Well, if you ever want any recommendation. My playlist of Vocaloid songs that I've either revisited or gotten into. Okay. If you exclamation mark Vocaloid playlist in chat, that's my list of like Vocaloid songs that I've gotten into since November 2024-ish. A mix of like the first part, the first kind of 10 or 20 tracks are like, here's some of my favorites from that I already knew before I made this playlist, and then the rest of it is every time I find a new Vocaloid song that I like, whether that means I only just found it or whether that means it only just got released, it gets added to that playlist. And that's everything that I play on stream is also in that playlist. There might be like, there's over 100 songs on there at this point, I think. A lot of the songs on the playlist you'll be listening to today are newer releases, like stuff that came out within the last couple years. There's a couple medleys on here as well. There's some medleys in there as well. I love KSM's Vocaloid medleys. They just made a new one last week. Honestly, KSM's Vocaloid medleys are also a nice way that I get into new songs, is I'll listen to the medley and then I'll be like, what was that song at that point? I don't know that song, and then I'll search it and then I'll listen to the full thing. A bunch of songs I got into through this guy's like piano medley that was like an hour long. That's how I got into Lag Train and Reincarnation Apple. But yeah, I have the thing at the top of screen now so you can see the name of the song. I know you can't see the artist. I can't get the artist to show up at the same time as well, otherwise it'd be way too big on screen. But yeah, at least the title of the song will be up there. Because just the way that it looks, like if I extend this out, because I download a lot of individual songs and then I put them in like my own little mixtapes, so it like, is it alt? Yeah, that's what you'll, if I expand it out, it doesn't say the artist, it says the album artist, which I just label as Vocaloid, but it doesn't actually say like the track. And how I label my Vocaloid songs is, for the artist, I'll put what the Vocaloid is, so what the vocal synth is, whether it's Miku, Teto, Gumi, whatever. And the composer is where I'll put the producer, because that's really, you know, that's what Vocaloid songs are, right? You know, the producer is the composer. Like, if it's by, like, Deco27 or Wawaka or Hachi, like that, I put in the composer thing, and there's no way in this view to show the composer, so you just got the name of the track up there. But if anyone wants to ask, like, hey, what's the full name of this song that's playing right now, or like, who's the artist, you can ask. I can tell you guys. But hopefully having that up there will help a bit. Right. So like, I have little images. I always pick stamps and blinkies for each of my characters. That's like fun for me. So we're gonna put some on for Solus. And I need to think of what quote's going at the top. I don't remember anything I said as him in the audio. Fuck. I recorded it ages, months ago. I love this song. This is one of my newest additions to the playlist. It came out a couple of weeks ago. It's the newest. Is it just Jamie Page on their own, or is it Flavor Foley? It's Jamie Page. So Jamie Page has so many good songs. So if you see my hands go away, if you notice the mouth stops moving during the chorus, it's just because I'm doing the choreography. It's like a whole 2D animated Teto singing, and she does this choreography in the chorus, and it's so hypnotizing to watch. Yeah, at the top I like to put quotes I said as them, but like, I don't fucking know what I said. I'd have to re-listen to the audio, so it's gonna have to be blank for now. Unless anyone else remembers a good soulless quote. Obviously, if you want your playlist to just be Miku, not every song on here is sung by Miku. But they're all vocal synth songs. Some of the stuff on that YouTube playlist does also include human covers of Vocaloid songs, but you know what Miku sounds like. This is Teto's, since I can't say it, Teto's Synthesizer V vocal bank. Oh, I didn't finish looking at. Okay, that's what we can do. I think so. When I was doing this last on stream, I was just like starting to fall asleep. And then also I got told off by my dad for streaming so late. Let's go find some pictures for Solus. You can look at my organised little folder. In the garden, you seem to know no fear. Is it really true that a bird like me could never think like you? So like, I've got adoptables, not that kind of, not like when you buy an OC from someone. Adoptable on WebDeco is like just a little guide that you can put on your site, but you have to credit it. You don't like own it or anything. Ads and pop-ups, avatars, backgrounds, badges, blinkies, buttons, thinner buttons, cursors, dividers and banners, fan listings, non-pixel images, pic mixes, pixel images, quizzes, stamps, stickers, user boxes, and then within that, within each of those folders, I have it organised by animals and plants, creatures and monsters, fandoms, food, hobbies and interests, LGBT plus flags, miscellaneous, so that stuff, organised by colour, neurodiversities and disabilities, and web and tech. Obviously, I have so many stamps that the fandoms are split up by letter of the alphabet, because there's so many. I couldn't find a lot that suited Solus. I'm running like a chicken with its head cut off. I have a bunch of art films in here. A bird brain, baby, I don't know if to stop. I haven't diagnosed it with anything yet. A bird brain, baby, I don't think my head is coming off. I love the song because there's multiple times where, like, they have Teto mess up the song. Like, at the beginning, she starts singing too early, like, a couple bars too early, and then swears because she fucked up. And then she does it at the end as well. I think the second, like, the verse after the first chorus, she also comes in too early. And then right at the end there, she starts to sing an extra line more than she should, and's like, oh, fuck. Which is really cute. She's like, no! Like, oh, she's just like me for real. She's so cute in the video. She has, like, these little yellow striped leggings on and little yellow Crocs. She's got, like, chicken legs. Oh, you have other place for the vocalized Teto Gummy Flower? Well, the first song we listened to was sung by Flower. Also, Add 2 Miku's just the one I watched at the moment. That's fair. I was really happy. I actually found... Did I get 2 or did I get 1 thing? I got a Gakpo thing. So usually when people have Vocaloid merch at Comic Cons, Vocaloid fan stuff, it's always just the ones who are in Project Sekai. And Gakpo's not in Project Sekai. So it's always like Miku, Kaito, Rin, Len, Meiko, Luca. And maybe sometimes we'll have Teto and Gumi. I love Gakpo. But I got a keychain with him on. I got a print from him with him on a couple years ago. But yeah, I found a keychain with him on. So I have a little, I'm really happy. I don't think I got any Miku, there were some people who had Miku stuff, just nothing in particular. If there'd been like a really cool Miku print, I probably would have. I saw at least 1 Confessions of a Rotten Girl sticker. There just wasn't any in art styles that I really liked, so I don't think I picked up any Miku stuff, but I would love to. Gakpo's like my favorite male Vocaloid, and Miku's my favorite girly pop. Which is weird because I feel like, not that there's a stigma in having Miku as your favorite. I guess I just felt like I can't pick Miku as my favorite because she's the obvious choice. People will say it's cringe. I need to pick one of them more. To me, Gakpo's not obscure. I guess he is now. He wasn't back in the day. But yeah. Now I'm like, no, I love Miku, actually. I would say she's neat. One that I used to love as a kid who I don't love as much anymore, which was Nekomura Iroha, the Hello Kitty one. I think just because she was Hello Kitty. No one uses that. No one uses her voice bank. I'm really happy with Teto's. Some of the synth Vs, Asterion, gorgeous. Holy shit. I like Poppy's voice. She's also a synth V. I think people misuse her though. I think Poppy's vocal strengths are singing rock songs. There's a cover of her singing Leia. It's gorgeous. But people using her to sing cutesy pop, it doesn't work. Wait, I'm getting Poppy and Rose mixed up. Hang on. Not Poppy. Rose. Sorry. Rose is a synth V, and she has a very rock screamy voice, and the cover someone made of her singing Leia is beautiful. When people have her sing cutesy pop, it just doesn't work. Her voice just never sounds right for it. It just doesn't suit it. Have her sing more rock songs. Please. I know there's not as many rock Vocaloid songs as there are pop, but Teto's it's there's a new a Good Smile figure. I don't know if it's a pop-up parade of Teto, and it's really cute because it's of like, it's clear, I think it's Good Smile. I'm blanking. But it's like of her original art from that original Utaloid post, because yeah, she did start as an April Fool's joke. And now look at her go! Now there's been a whole Kasane Teto revival because of her Synthesizer V voice bank. I think favorite Utaloid? There's so many, because anyone can make an Utaloid. Teto obviously is an icon. I don't know. I feel like I was fascinated with, I think she's called Ruko, which, looking back, not a very, maybe not the best way of, I think because, like, I didn't realize I was trans yet. And the way that Ruko's gender was always stated was something that she was, like, 75% female, 25% male. That's not how... So she's intersex. But I guess they didn't know the word intersex back then, but that's what she... But I just don't think people knew that term. But I thought they were cool. Akame Iku. She's like a high ponytail, like a maid outfit or something. There was a song using her voice, and I was like, that's cool. I remember really liking that. Just that one song. I don't know what else people used it for. I'm trying to think, I'm like, other Vocaloids. I don't know. I feel like it's really hard with new Vocaloid releases for them to get popular, you know, because people are always going to go with Miku. People are always going to go back to Miku, or if you're Hitoshizuku, you're always going to use Rin and Len. Well, and that's not true. Sometimes they'll do a big song where they'll use a bunch of different people. But for the most part, Miku and now Teto, you know, when a new Vocaloid will come out and people will use them for a bit and then they'll just die away. People don't use Lily anymore. People don't use Aya anymore. And Aya stuck around for quite a while. She got quite popular. People don't use Yukari anymore. People don't use Mayu anymore. The ones that have stuck are the ones that were there at the beginning, because they were the oldest ones. They're the ones that people have gotten the most attached to, that inevitably got the most fan art because they were around for longer. And there's been newer and newer banks, but people just would rather have Miku, like a new Miku bank or a new Kaito bank, rather than a new person. And that's not me shitting on new Vocaloids. Like, there's some newer ones that I've had. Like, the Demon Twins, I like that art style. But yeah, I don't think it's possible for there to be a new Vocaloid software that will be like a new core character, you know? Like how Miku, Rin, Len, Luka, Mako, Kaito, to a lesser extent, Gumi and Gakpo are. You know? Does that make sense? Unless they release, like, an official voice bank for Neru. But I don't know if they can do that. I don't know who has the rights to Neru, because she was, like, a fan meme character. But there's figures of her. There's like, Good Smile figurines of Neru, so... I don't know. Aya's another one of my faves. Though, like, she was popular at the time. But yeah. The only Aya songs I think I have, obviously 6 Trillion Years is the Aya song. Or is like when she gets used by Hitojizuku Exiyama, aka Team OS. So like Blessed Messiah, Tower of I, whatever the fuck that's, and is she in Phantom Thief F? Like some of Hitojizuku's songs where they use like 12 different Vocaloids. She's definitely in Blessed Tower Messiah. Whatever that song. I love Hitojizuku's songs. God, if I'm listening to a Vocaloid medley and a song comes on and I don't know it, I'm like, I can tell it's a Hitojizuku song. A Team OS song, you could just tell. Yeah. Ah, I've rambled. Oh no, you've tricked me. Oh, it's the medley. I was like, I don't have this song saved because it gets stuck in my head so horribly. It's the new medley that KSM released last week. So, KSM's Vocaloid medleys are medleys of Vocaloid songs, but they use a different Utaloid for every single song. So it's also a way for them to test out different Utaloids and show off and showcase random little creators' Utaloids, which I think is really sweet. To be like, look at all these cool Utaloids that people have made and designed. Because there's gonna be hundreds, thousands of Utaloids. Which are people that don't know. An Utaloid is just a fan-made Vocaloid. Anyone can make one. It's free software. You can turn your voice into an Utaloid. Like, Hatsune Miku has a real person who provided that voice. Which is different than AI. I hear people comparing it. It's like, no, because the person, the real human being who's the voice of Miku, firstly, got paid. Secondly, got consent. And it's not the same way that people make an AI voice clone. Like, it's not. Miku does not sound like a deepfake of the sorry, I don't know her name, of Miku's voice provider, but also they are paid and it's done with consent. It's not at all the same thing as AI. I'm so tired of being like, well, you listen to Hatsune Miku, so why are you against me AI voice? It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Are you gonna pay me? Hey, the 2 people on chat on Character AI who made voice clones of me, are you gonna pay me? Like... But I think it's cool, because it's like, I get introduced to a bunch of new songs and a bunch of new Utaloids with cool art. Because they put the art of the characters on screen as well. But I've talked before. I love listening to Vocaloid medleys because they're like quizzes. I love quizzes. I love just listening to a Vocaloid medley and be like, oh, I know that one. Oh, I know that one. Oh god, what's that one called? I love quizzing myself. Sometimes for fun, I will just try and name as many actors who's played the Todd in Elizabeth's musical as possible, just for fun, on my own in my room, because that's what my autism minds for. Obviously, I can't tell you guys the name of every song on here, but if you go to KSM's YouTube channel, it's in the description. I don't have a link to the video. I can give you the name of it, but they're all in my, playlist that I linked. Anyway. Let's find stamps for Solus. You've distracted me by talking. You've distracted me by cheering me up by letting me think about a thing that I used to previously have autism for, and now I still do, but not as strong as I did when I was 11. Like, I know I talked about earlier when I got my laptop and like shit that I found that disturbed me on the internet, but I also is how I got into Vocaloids. I got into Sailor Moon, which led me into getting into other anime, which led me into finding about pull-up dolls, and somehow through that I found a Vocaloid cover of an anime song. And then I got into Vocaloid and then was listening to it, and my dad was like, "Are you listening to Vocaloid?" I was like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah, I showed you that." I'm like, "No, you didn't. I found this on the internet. You didn't." He's like, "I own Vocaloid software." I was like, "What?" Because my dad's a music teacher and a music software nerd, and then he brought me downstairs, and yeah, he owns Lola and either Sweet Anne or Miriam. And then was like, I showed you this, don't you remember? And brought one of the demo discs on Miriam. I had some Hatsune Miku songs, and it had the music video for Nebula, which is a Hatsune Miku song that I have a lot of nostalgia for, because obviously it was the first one I heard, even though I didn't remember. And I was like, I do kind of remember you showing me this. Oh my god. Oh my god, my dad introduced me to Hatsune Miku. And then I forgot all about it and wasn't interested, and then years later found it on YouTube. How many people can say that? But Nebula's such an underrated song. I guess maybe it was just made to be a demo song for her. This came on, I was like, I don't recognize it, but I can tell it's a Team OS song. That's a Hitojizuko Exiyama song. And it is, it's Phantom Thief F. I can't find any other Phantom for Solus. I think it's because I don't know what he's into. I'm like, he's Angel and he's sad. And he likes Ghost. And that's all I know. I think I'm thinking of this one. He just might not have as many of the others. Obviously, if you know any of the songs, feel free to treat this like a quiz and scream them out in chat. I guess that's all he's going. Okay, Blinkies. Blinkies for Solus. Let's go find some. I have a number of angel ones. I do have one that says Fallen Angel. Oh, poor guy. Oh, I could put Fire Ghoul down. Because Solus is a fire angel, like he's originally a Ghost OC. So he's not a fire ghoul, but he is fire elemental. I think he's the male version because they're using a male Utaro Lloyd. I swore I'd never sin again, but my patience won't be thin. The temptation pointing through my face, I'm bounded by the sickle of shame. Even I'd indulge no more, but my heart I can't ignore. In my dreams, they're turning up the heat. I'm a dirty, rotten boy. Yesterday, I heard they said it looked like rain. All the words I mentioned said that they said the side was rough like rough. Oh, Weather Girl's such an underrated song. It's so gorgeous. Even still, I'll stay. The weather forecast calling for another cloudy day. Look for me, all in the pink color is the sky. And barely filled with clouds, I might be everything that I can be. If it's not enough for just the sky will open up someday. Someday, someday. love Weather Girl so much. Well, there's not as many as some of us have, but I don't know him well enough yet. You and me, labu dabu. I forgot this song was in here. Oh my god, I haven't heard this song in years. You and me, labu dabu. I'm sorry, if you hear me start stimming, I started clapping my hands because I got excited. I can't believe I was downstairs listening to this and I had to like stop moving because I was like freaking out. They included Witch? This is one of my favorite movies. They included Witch? No one knows about Witch anymore. It's a Luca song. She gets burnt at the stake for being a witch because she's in love with Gakpo, but so is Miku, and so Miku falsely accuses Luca of being a witch. Oh, wait, did I mess up? No, I didn't. I don't know, I might have to get rid of one because I don't know how it'll look having an odd number amount of stamps. Well, it's okay. That's not many, but I couldn't think of any more for him. So why do you have a different coloured scroll bar than Ambrose's page? I didn't think the code changed. Did I change it on Barnaby's? Maybe that's what happened and I just didn't go back and change it on Ambrose and Arden's. I don't remember doing that though. Oh, some of the I haven't finished. I need to change the links on Solis's page. So those are correct. These aren't. I need to get up the date of his first YouTube audio. Onegai kimi ga hoshii no Demo sase sase de shake shake I don't say Dekure kuyakuche Kanjonitai Nanitanitai nei desho Namu totte Shashita ni datte datte ba Onegai kimi ga hoshii no Demo sase sase de shake datte I kome Dekure kuyakuche Kanjonitai Kanjonitai nei desho Namu totte Shashita ni Oh, I got so excited, even though I knew monitoring was in this medley. I kind of forgot. I'm not over monitoring. It's been... It came out in November. I'm still not over it. Solas came out this month? Oh, it was this month. God, it's because I recorded Solas' audios a couple months ago. Am I anything at all? Maybe it's somebody else I don't need to know. That was such a short part of Language of the Lost. That's it for you. It was the 5th of July that Solas' audio went up. God, it feels like a lifetime ago. Is that weird? Either my perception of time's off, or it's just because I recorded it like a month before it went up. Back when I used to be in front with my audience. And then a link to his playlist. Okay, now this page is done. Now I get to do the graphics page, which I'm more excited about doing. I need to look at how I organized my files on the other ones before though, because I'm a bit... I think I just dragged them in and then, like, colour by colour and then put them in. Oh, I haven't done the non-pixel ones though yet. I was leaving stamps till the end because it's what I'm looking forward to the most. The code didn't load right away and I was so scared it had disappeared. Don't do that to me. That was terrifying. Oh, my first ever email was a sanriotown.com email. Right. Non-pixel is just any transparent background image that isn't pixel art. Oh good, there's a Gakpo pick mix on here, good. Oh, and a monitoring one! I didn't remember there was a monitoring one! Oh thank goodness there's a Miku one on here. And the Gakpo. I didn't make these ones. I've made pick mixes though, on the other page. They're the ones that I've made. Hi Kiwi, that's true! Depending on your time zone, today might be your last day of Art Fight, or tomorrow might be your last day of Art Fight. I'm just gonna come clean right now and say I'm not doing any more. I burnt myself out. I'm not doing too good mentally right now, and if I try and push myself to do my Art Fight, I'm gonna make myself feel mentally worse. So I did one little doodle for me and Julia, and I'm like, you know what? That can be the last one. I'm sorry if I didn't get to you this year. I'd said I wouldn't get to everyone. I couldn't even get myself to do a colored piece. Yeah, I'm not mentally doing too great. So I was like, that's all the ones. I've done fewer attacks this year than last year, but I've earned more points this year. I think what wasn't a good idea is I did that one mass attack. I've done a few mass attacks and that I enjoyed, but there was one that I didn't enjoy doing at all, and I kind of haven't enjoyed Art Fight ever since I made myself do that mass attack. I kind of like I made myself hate doing Art Fight. That one mass attack made me have a hard time trying to do anymore. Just like how Julia got kind of burnt out because she was spending ages doing this drawing for someone and then they deleted the character. If you're gonna take part in Art Fight and there's some characters on there that you have that you don't like anymore, you want to delete, you want to archive, do it before Art Fight starts, because otherwise what could happen is someone's been working multiple days doing an attack for that character, then you delete it, now she can't upload it, and it just killed her spirit for it this year. So that's why Julia hasn't done any in the last couple of weeks. Because if a character gets deleted, you can no longer upload that attack and get the points for it, because that character doesn't exist on Art Fight anymore. So... But thank you. I will show you everyone the attacks that everyone did for me once Art Fight is officially over. There'll be just over 24 hours. Yeah, 1 day and 9 minutes. There's about 24 hours of Art Fight left, so it won't finish for me until 7 PM tomorrow. Off the top of my, I think I've done like 21 this year attacks, and I did 32 last year. However, I made 3.1k points last year, and I think I've got like 3.4k points this year. I can check. I don't know why I'm guessing. I can check. I made 3.1 thousand points last year. I've done 3.5 thousand points this year. And I received 52 attacks last year. But you lot, the silly people that you are, the silly generous people that you are, it's like 104. It's like, and that's, I haven't counted whatever those new ones are that I've been pinged for. Over 100. You guys have attacked me over 100 times this year. What is happening? Thank you. My goodness. Thank you. That's, I don't, thank you for liking my characters. I'm purposely not scrolling down because I don't want to see what the new attacks are. I'll look off stream, because otherwise I'll forget to save them to my PC. But thank you. Let's do non-pixel images for any silly transparent gifs that aren't pixel art. So the point of graphics and deco on a website is to decorate shit. As you can see, like, it doesn't just have to be on Neocities, you can put them on your social medias. Like, I have a lot of stamps in my R-Fight buyout, as you can see. I've got bits of decoration here. These little dividers and stuff. If we go on Julia's page. Julia's got a bunch of little dividers too, little stamps. It's just like ways, you know, you can decorate whatever. It doesn't just, it can be, you can put them on your toy house, on your Tumblr theme, on Artfight, whatever you want. So this is just my page of like things, like, free to use graphics made by other people, which is why they are not credited, because the point is that web graphics are free to use, like the stamps I made are free to use. Credit is appreciated, but not necessary, because I know I've lost track of who made all of these. So we're gonna fill in the not pixel section, because I said I would do stamps last, because they're my favorite thing. They're my favorite one, so. And I have organized by site. Did I finish organizing the files? Is the question, because I had to do that before I could upload them. I think so, it doesn't look very else. Come on, throw it down, let it all out, cause a commotion, shake the ground, rebound, and make a total scene, my darling, fall down, don't you fall out, I'll make a total scene, the sky, just so you can see. See like you again, you're crazy, full of me, all the me, so darling, fall down, don't you die down, just for you and me. I love Wayward Romance. I accidentally spoiled that it was in the medley because I saw it in the thumbnail, but that Wayward Romance and Monitoring is still like two of my favorite Vocaloid songs. I don't think they're going anywhere. I love them so much. Those two and Rock for Clout, and maybe Bird Brain's up there as well, but maybe it hasn't been out long enough for me to say that for sure. Let your dreams take. Speaking of Rock for Clout, up, 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 up until it breaks right through and blows a hole through you. You can fill it up, fill it up, fill it up until it breaks. So I'm going to go through. I'm gonna get non-pixel images in here, and I'm gonna organize them by color because I just think it looks really satisfying to see the little rainbow of them. There's some Vocaloids on here. Look, Gakpo got included in this one. There he is. He gets to be friends with them. Oh, this is on here twice. Oopsie. Oopsie indeed. Let me get that out of the code. Oops. I just obviously lost track of what I'd already included. Ah! Oh, it's green. You scared me. I mean, you definitely didn't scare me. I was so cool about the raid. I didn't scream at all. I didn't scream. You heard nothing. Hi. Let me pause the music. Hello. Green. Hello, bunnies. Hello, Jones. Hello, anyone else who came in with the raid. I had my big stand ramble for the first couple of hours, and now we're actually doing co-working and coding. I finished Solus's page. I'm working coding my website right now. You all know this. Hi, I already know all of you raiders. Let's not pretend like we don't all know each other. I finished Solus's page. He's got some little pictures now. So what I'm doing is my fun page that I enjoy working on. So, my graphics page of graphics that other people have made that I've collected. This is not my entire collection because of all of the I mean stamps alone I have over 3,000. How many web graphics I have across all different types, I don't know. Too many to take the time to upload to NeoCities. So like if you guys ever are wanting to decorate your own website or your Artfight profile, your Trollheist profile, social media profiles, whatever, you could just ask me. Like you could just go in the website building channel in my Discord and go, hey Prince, do you have any web graphics of Cookie Run or Ghost, or even do you have any stamps of Shadow Milk Cookie? Like, yes, I do. You know, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be a character. Do you have any stamps? Do you have any blinkies of cats? Like, whatever. I'm more than happy to answer. I also have a Tumblr blog that's kind of inactive, but if you send an ask to decohoarding.tumblr.com, you can also send a question there if you're not in my Discord to be like, do you have any of this? And I'll answer the ask there on Deco Hoarding. All one word. DECOHOARDING.tumblr.com. That's one of mine. One of my many alts. I have 50 alternate accounts. So yes, I forgot this wasn't finished, which I'm glad because I didn't know which page I wanted to work on, and this honestly has been my favorite to work on. So stamps is one I'm allowed to do last because it's the thing that I like the most. So, I haven't uploaded any non-pixels yet, meaning any transparent PNG or GIF that isn't pixel art. Like these ones are all pixel art, and I'm arranging them rainbow size order and then also rainbow order because it's fun for my brain. So we're gonna sort through any non-pixel images that I have. Oh, see, some of the stuff on here are mine. I've put some of the pic mixes I made in here. I made this Hal one. I made this one of Mori. This one of Olrox. This one of Achilles and Patroclus. I made these. This one of Detard, obviously. Who else was gonna make it? This one of Stephen Grant, because at the time, at least, there weren't any Moon Knight ones on there. But yes. Oh, this one of Ares. Ha. So yes, if you guys ever have any questions, if you ever want any little images to decorate your stuff with, because if you go around any NeoCity sites, you will inevitably see, a lot of people will use them for decoration. I don't know. I just didn't get my webpage up and pick some sites at random that I follow. Because obviously I have, like, on my homepage here, I have a stamp little reel thing that, like, scrolls through a bunch of stamps. Let me pick one. Who shall I pick? I'm gonna close my eyes and click on one. Okay, well, that shouldn't happen. Let's close my eyes and pick on a different one. Let's go to Codcastle. Hello, Hyrule. So we've got, like, a little stamp banner. Oh, have they been redecorating their site? Or is this just what it looks like now? It's been a while since I've been on Codcastle. I guess they're redecorating. Okay, well... Let's pick a different. I keep picking ones that aren't finished. Oh my god, please. Someone. Have things on your site. Right, you also have Hatsune Miku. Thank you. So they've got these little pictures here advertising their site. They've got this little banner of little ads and little buttons and stuff. They've got more little buttons down here. They got a little floating Chikawa. These have got some buttons at the bottom. Some more guys down the side. I don't remember whose site some of these are anymore. We got this has got a bunch of stuff. We got some little blinkies down the sides. People have their own specific site buttons. Like, please don't take my site button and just use it for decoration. Like, if it's someone's site button for their site, like, it'll usually have the name of their site in them. That's just for linking back to their site. Like, my little drawing of the name of my website is weird to use for decoration, you know? Oh my god. Is this Flight Rising? Oh, it's not Flight Rising. It's called Drag Cave. Got a little rat with a trans flag. Are these like adoptables? Oh my god, they are adoptables. Huh. As in the web adoptables, like you just put the picture of them on your... July is Disability Pride Month, here are some gifts. What am I gonna... Oh, I have to make an account. I don't want to. I don't know what this website is. Anyway, I'm adding stuff and we're listening to Vocaloid. If you want to just chill, I'm not doing a lot of talking unless you guys have questions about what song's playing or like... Well, I mean, if you guys have questions in general, but also if you want to ask what song's playing or like what I'm doing or anything about coding or anything like that, feel free to ask. I got all the stressful talk out of the way and now I'm just trying to cheer myself up because I'm real stressed out right now and not doing so well mentally, but we're coding through the pain. I'll be okay. Right. This is from Owaka's album. It's Unhappy Refrain by Owaka. Such a good album. This isn't one of the singles. The ones that aren't singles are so good. I mean, the singles... Because the singles are like Rolling Girl, Two-Faced Lovers, Unhappy Refrain, and World's End Dance Hall. Classics. Listen to the other songs in the album. I have the whole album. It's so good. Oops. We made it through the whole medley. Hi, Hatsune Miku. I'm glad, you know what, I'm glad I just put the random Vocaloid medley on, because, not medley, sorry, my Vocaloid playlist. Because it is making me feel a bit better. Thank you, Hatsune Miku. That's the power of Hatsune Miku. I can't be tricked until I fell into my butt. I don't have any mini ones, so we'll start with the small. So go through anything that is red. Oops. I got these little dancing pandas. I don't know. This has to just be, I meant to just be like, these are my favorites. I can take the syringe with love, fear up the world and go again. Where's my, okay, just go over here. I got all the bears. That's not as many bears left actually. There's this criminal. Ready? Oh, tomato cat? Yeah. Keep going. Without anyone to know that my heart's not all rainbows, but when I think about your smile, I'm a magically bright, invincible girl. This penguin that's a vampire? Yes. A dinosaur? Oh, maybe this guy. This little guy's cute. I feel like he's from something. Maybe he's just like an artist mascot. I've got this lovesick dizzy skeleton. I'm that kind of person. I can put the peace in your heart. I forgot. I have tenor. Hang on, I should make this smaller and make it easier. Because I don't know what some of these are until I see them move. Although Sebastian. Oh, that's true. I should be starting out with black and white, not with red. I'm a fool. I don't think there was any black and white. Oh, I guess the polar bear's black and white, and he's so cool. He's got sunglasses on. Scratch looking at red. Look at this cool polar bear. Look at this polar bear. He's just existing. We're not at orange yet, but I just want you to perceive this guy. Oh my god, he's even like taking off his hat to milady you. He got cowboy boots. Look at him. Perceive him. Make sure you take- yes, take meds, take meds. I haven't had dinner yet. It's fine. I'll have to leave him there. Look at this bug. That's right. I'm eating my free crispy M&Ms that I got from that vending machine. If it's a cat sheet ghost that's going on, that makes me think of Julian. So I can see you shining in the eyes. We can take the miles away from the chance to say you're goodbye. Oh my god, he's tumbling! I love him. Not a damn good reason for some unity. Someone pointed out that this riff sounds a little bit like Evil Foodie to Conchita. I can't hear- it's not the same, but I get it. It does. It makes me think of it every time now. Okay, looking for black and white. This doesn't count. He doesn't have a transparent background, but like, I just want to see what he's. Hi. And these are just still images of Sebastian. I mean, what's not to like? Oh, that one's not. Just joking, that one of it. Right, looking for black and white and red. Like black and white on its own, and then red. Hi, Adrian. Would Tenna go under red, do you think? I guess. It's not pink. Oh, I don't think these have transparent backgrounds. Does it not? Or is it just my computer being weird? Oh, they do. Is this the one who's just spinning? Yeah. Why can I put him in a rainbow? I don't know. That's not really rainbow enough. Come here, Mr. Tenna. Yes, those are Hades game assets. One of it. It's all mine. The last love is mine. Miguel and Spider-Man one. Oh god, that's a- oh. Oh. What did this video game do to you? No. No! No! Look how they massacred my boy! He's going away now. Your book is better. That's also funny. Hehe. Oh, that's a better one of Loki, but we're not at black and white and red is what we're looking for now. Oh, Roper Cat. That counts as black and white. Or this little guy. Let him go! I use this all the time in Discord. Is that not the same? Is that not the same one? Is that the exact same one? Oh, no, it's not. It's a completely different. He knows so many dance moves. That's the one. That's the one I use all the time. I use this one. He's from a oh god. I don't think it's a game. It's like an old music software. I forgot what it's called. I guess it's kind of either it's like a rhythm game or like music software where you could also have videos of things dancing, and he's a little mascot for this girl. And they dance together. I have more of him. I have so many more. But they were too big for Discord. Look at him go! I had to limit myself on which ones I could put in Discord. He's so talented! I don't know if it was like MMD and you could like upload choreography to it. Where's Eric? Oh, it's me. That's not red or black or white. Right, let's go. Here you go. Oh my god, it's the Scooby Snacks from the Scooby-Doo. I don't know if you ever had the VHS of Scooby-Doo Cyber Chase, and there'd be a game that they would always advertise where you play as Shaggy and or Scoob. They're just kind of like, it looks like a Crash Bandicoot clone. They're just kind of like running straight forward, and you have to jump over gaps and stuff, and you can collect Scooby Snacks. These are the Scooby Snacks. Yes, sorry, Crow peeked on the screen to distract someone in chat. I wonder who it could have been. For you to listen. Oh, well, I guess it's fine. I guess I could have made him small. Am I a robot or a dog? Am I anything at all? Maybe. How did you get here? Where did I find you? How did he get here, Green? Oh no. I don't know. I'm not Julia. I don't know if I'd put this on my page. I clearly saved it because I thought it was funny that I found it. I just forgot all about it though. Who am I a copy? I'll never understand why it had to happen to me. Mental sickness. I don't know why I never listen. Right, black and white. Is that on my Wilmo Dancy Girl? I don't know where she's originally from. Am I anything at all? Maybe. Oh, I got 2 different size spinny toilets. That bit always makes me think of Counting Stars. That little melody there. My brain just goes, we'll be counting stars. Thinking about the secrets. Okay, that's every small red and black and white. So let's get those in the code. Of a doll, anything at all, maybe 30, hang on, I have so much more to go. Oh, I was getting can evolve, I can get up when I fall. This song's really sweet because, like, the composer said that when they were writing it, it was gonna have like a sad ending, and it was about being sad and mentally ill. But they started getting better. Their mental health improved while they were writing it, so they made the final chorus hopeful instead, and I'm like, aww, yay! So I have, inside your code, you can write, like, notes for yourself that don't show up in the code. They're just like your own private notes if you do the right little symbols next to them. So that is how I keep track of where one color starts and where one color ends. I have these little headings to be like, this is the black and white bit. And this bit's the red bit, and so on. Tony Crisp bad for green. Oh, I know. I should be eating the crispy M&Ms when I'm gonna make dinner in like half an hour to an hour, but they're right here in the bag. So this is why I don't keep snacks in my room. I don't snack a lot, but if the snack's in front of me, I'll eat them. But if the snacks are downstairs, I'll be like, ah, I can't be bothered to go downstairs. It's lagging because I'm streaming. It's not normally this slow. If you have a better computer, it won't be this slow. I've realized maybe there's too many of the cats. Unless I do them all next to each other in like a row. Normally I wouldn't want to do that. Maybe I can make it so that it alternates. So there's not two cats next to each other. どしてすぐしてしまうの苦しんで苦しんでしまうと苦しんで封印しましょうか悪くない今日見てすぐ派手感の女子で薬食べ場の女子で風味食べやんのか金による女子で狂いパネランと欲しげするインカレランの都心で苦しいダメ感想は伝えるどしてすぐ見てしまうのどしてすぐ見てしまうのどしてすぐ壊れちゃうかな君らヒパカタショッピングモールの現代コンディションどしかかたモンキーホールのベリーでハブルオイルマッサージ100こす足打つ日ゆずを添えててててとてとててててとリストしてこんな目に興味がないこと本気じゃないもの全部はそんなわけで知ってるものは知らんふり私はもう分かってる恥ずかしい顔してるはずなのによく計算して知られるだけでごめんねはねだしがなすけで死ねするしかれないの死ねするしかれないの死にたくない死にたくない死にたくないパラパラパラ死ねするしかれないの死ねくるいかねば行きたくない行きたくない行きたくないバイバイ臨時休業選択ゴールナイティゲールの配信ゲーム名刺交換の名刺写真モールに日のバイロール温泉旅行3泊4日食事付き破格を生きててててとへとてててて Look at all these cats. Look at him go. 忙しくて眠れないわ今日も Oh, Green, I didn't tell you because I was too busy crying last night. I broke my Julia bracelet last night. It snapped while I was on my chair. It got stuck on something and it snapped and I broke it. And then I cried for a long time because I broke it. But I not that many beads fell off, so I managed to recreate it almost exactly. But some of the beads at the back will be the wrong. I mean, they're the same. It's in the right order as it was. Like, only a few of the beads fell off, but obviously the few beads that fell off... It's still... Yes, there's meant to be like 5 seed beads in a row here, and there's still 5 white seed beads in a row, but like, what if... But they're not in the exact same order! They're not the exact same order, the exact same ones that when Julia made it. So some of them aren't in the right order anymore, but I fixed it. I restrung it, I glued it. I'm just worried it'll be a bit more fragile than it was before, because, you know, Julia had better, stronger string than I do. I'm just gonna have to be real careful with it. So it's all real tight on my wrist again because I restrung it, so it actually fits me again now. But yeah, I had a meltdown about it yesterday. I've worn that bracelet every dang day for 3 years. But it's on its second life now. It's okay. I'm just still kind of upset. Even though I'm wearing it right now and it's okay again, but yeah. I'm just a bit sad about it. Cause yeah, I feel stupid because I broke it, but I know I shouldn't because Julia told me not to. Well, every day for 3 years it was bound to snap at some point. But I was very upset. But I fixed it. It's just, you know, it's not the same anymore. Humph. I've got to check which ones I've already put on the list now. Freaked out on my Ghost One exploding. Well, yeah, I mean, I want everything for 3 years, and it's the first thing that Julia ever made for me. It was like the first thing she ever sent me in the mail. We'd been dating like 2 months, I think. I wear it every day. I only take it off to shower and to sleep, and when I'm asleep, I hang it above my bed on a little hook so it watches over me when I sleep. I'm a sap, okay? Don't judge me. I put this under red, but I don't know. Is it? I feel like it's more yellow. I'll wait to put it in yellow. I think I got everything. Sorry about the lag. I mean, you might not be able to tell that NeoCities is lagging as badly as it is, but it is, because this page has a lot of images on it, and NeoCities while I'm streaming, yeah, my PC is a bit upset about it. Okay, we got black and white, and then we got red. So now we need orangey. That's a Game Grumps vocal stim. I don't remember when they said it, but it was Aaron. He yelled orangey instead of orange. Oh, I do know what it is! It's the Kit Kat Power! I think it's the Kit Kat Power because there's an orange flavored. There's an orange one. I think it's the Kit Kat Power. There was this Tumblr post that used to go around. And it was someone had just badly mistyped a bunch of colors, and then someone recorded themselves saying it, and all I remember from it is that taupe was pronounced. Oh no, that is pronounced taupe. No, that is taupe. So I can't remember. The taupe was on there in pronouncement, but turquoise was pronounced turquoisery, and I'll always remember that. I had a stupid Angry Birds OC that I made that I called turquoise after that post. But no, I think orangey. I think that's from the Kit Kat Power. Okay, we move on to medium-sized non-pixel images, and then non-pixel art. Wait, why are we? How am I here? Oh, I'm on the wrong phone. Where am I? This is not a new Vocaloid song I've gotten into. This I've been a fan of for like 10 plus years. I think it's super underrated. I think it's gorgeous. It's called Kagari. I can't speak. It's called Kagaribito. Fuck. I'm okay. Black and white. What about this polar bear who's walking with mama? I like this bear that just says okay next to it. I want that. This cat. I'd put that on the table. I don't know, I already got the bear with sunglasses walking. Black and white, black and white. Oh, sorry. I got Tenor in this fancy little outfit. Oh, I don't like the after image. Actually, I don't like that. Maybe there won't be that much black and white. Maybe I should do red at the same time. Let's do red at the same time. I got a lot of roses. I got a lot of roses. Roses are kind of glittery. Why are these? Those shouldn't be medium. Those are massive. Unless I'm accidentally zoomed in. I'm not. I'm surprised these are in medium. Maybe I didn't realize what folder I was putting them in. This one spins. We'll put the one that spins in. This little bunny made out of pea. It is, but I don't know if he'll show up because the background's black. But that happened with another one of these. There's a cat on here that the kitty's. I added this white background just in the code. He's not actually got that background because it just you couldn't see him otherwise. It's the Dang Banshee. That's not what they're called. I'll show them. We'll do the American News Alice logo. Right, tenor. Which ones didn't I already add of you? We got yes. We can have you dancing. We've got him freaking out. We've got him ready to fight. It's so stupid. Oh my god, how stupid it was. Kick. Kick. Oh. And then on his knees, where he belongs. I mean, oh, does this not loop? Oh, does this not loop? Is he just down there now? Oh, they forgot to loop the GIF, whoever made that one. Oh, that got, oh, sorry, that got me. We got him running. What's this one? Oh, it's... Sure. It's not transparent, but I'll take it. And we got him having a giggle. You can see his teeth. Oh my god, he's dead. They didn't loop the GIF, he's dead. Oh, he's a ballerina. She wanted to distract me. Sorry, Green. Yeah. Yes, we'll have the TV Time logo as well. Yeah. Wait, Aurora, what are you doing in here? How did you get here? Stupid. It looks so stupid, the Spider-Man one. It just looks so stupid. What color would I? The red in his face is standing out to me more than anything else. We don't need to talk about how many. Okay, we don't need to talk about how many Sailor Moon I have. We don't need to do that because this isn't even all of them. This cool guy. So cool. Oh! What the fuck is he called? Little Forest Fellow. He's my Millow's cousin, right? And he has really short rabbit ears, so he wears a hood that makes his ears look longer because he's self-conscious about his ears. Is this what I think it is? Yeah, it is! Oh god! Oh god, she's approaching! Oh, which one's fancy little thing I could find. I don't know if it would shoot me. I don't know what colour I'd even put that in. I hate you, na, let's know. Flan! She gambare. I know what that is, Oh no, Keiko. A dino nugget? Oh my god, it's the mozzarella stick one. I remember when I sent this in Discord. Yeah, he was with ice cream. Mako was with alcohol because it's closed. Well, he's not with ice cream because he dropped it. He's so sad. It's just so spinny. Dagger. Oh, I'm silly. I moved straight onto medium after I did the small. I was like, right, I've done the small. Oh my god. I was like, right, I've done the small, black and white and red. Time to move on to medium. No, time to move on to orange, not to go up a size. You fool. I'm not done with the small ones yet. Maybe I should make folders per colour. I didn't for the other ones and then got endlessly confused and upset that I'd have to scroll through. Because when you go to like copy paste a file name from here on Neocities, it automatically scrolls you all the way back up to the top of the page and makes you lose the place that you were at. And that always bothers me. So maybe I will make folders in here to make it easy for myself. Right, Orangi. I even said Orangi out loud and then immediately forgot. Right, this bear's got a pumpkin on its head. That leaf out there. And there's the cowboy one. Oh, this also has a pumpkin on his head. Orange and brown will count as well. Oh, that's a collie. The first dog we had when I was a kid was a collie. Harry has this Beanie Baby. They cut the Joey out because they were like, we just want to know No, the Joey doesn't have a body. It's just a head. It's just a head sewn in. The Joey doesn't have a body. It's just a head. Holly's got so much energy. Oh, not in my experience. I mean, okay. Blue was a rough collie. Not a border collie. I don't know if that makes the difference. He did not have loads of energy. He was just a very mature, quiet doggy. Didn't bark very often, very, like, protective, very just, like, I will guard the house. Bracken was, oh, he's full of beans and he doesn't know how to calm down and he's hyperactive all the time. And if he knew how to bark, he would have, but he was, like, entirely mute. We don't know if by selective mutism or something, he just never barked. But, boy, would he jump on everything and think that every person outside was a new friend, including other dogs. The problem is, other dogs don't always want to be your dog's friend. Help if I want you around me. The song's so quiet. More than a dream. I'm gonna skip it just because I don't want to have to put the volume up and then back down. No, rough collies are like... Sure. Mostly grey. Okay, I guess it depends. Blue was grey. He was the dog my parents had before they had kids, which is a smart, fine time to have a dog. Like this, but less brown, more grey. Was my childhood pooper. Passed away when I was 10. And it makes me very sad, because I remember loving him. I remember crying a lot when me and Ari came home from school and Dad sat us down and was like, look, I can't talk about this over this song, but because I was 10 and I don't have a lot of childhood memories, I don't have a good long-term memory, I don't have any memories of him, which makes me really upset, because I know I was very attached to him. But I got no memories. I got facts that I know, like he was... whereas Bracken would like come upstairs daily, rip the carpet up and like try and get in everyone's bins. Blue would never come upstairs because he knew that he was not supposed to be up there. The only time he would come upstairs would be on bonfire night and New Year's Eve because he was terrified of fireworks. And he would sleep next to my mum's side of the bed all night to feel safer. Fuck fireworks. And the other thing is, I remember when my sibling was maybe about 5, 6, maybe 7 years old. Again, Blue never bit or scratched anyone. The only time he ever was, like, aggressive, and again, not dangerous, but, like, a bit aggressive, was Ari tried to ride him like a horse. Don't do that. That's dogs aren't horses. But yeah. I have such a strong memory of Dad sitting us down to tell us that he'd passed away, but not actually any memories of him or spending much time with him. Maybe I did. I don't know. I was tiny, so I don't really remember. And unlike with Bracken, where my dad made sure that he got walked 3 or 4 times a day, you know, and I often went on at least one of those walks every day. My parents were not so great about walking Blue, and then they'll admit that. They both worked a lot. I mean, well, Mum actually had a job back then for most of that time, if not all of that time. That he kind of maybe got walked once a day if he was lucky, which try not do that with your dogs. So he didn't get out loads. But, you know, they're not cats. They need walkies. Because his legs started to go when he was older, because he wasn't using them. Anyway, I wonder if I can find a picture of one that's more grey. I don't have any pictures of him on my computer, I don't think. Like, it said I didn't have... Yeah, this is more the right colours. this sort of situation. Like, he didn't come with us when we were on holiday. We would leave him with my grandma. We didn't leave Bracken with my grandma because we took Bracken. We just was like, we'll have to find somewhere where Bracken can come with. I don't know why we didn't just try taking Blue. Unless the caravan site didn't allow dogs or something, which would be quite strange. Because I think he would have been fine. Bracken, on the other, I mean, yeah, we didn't leave him with grandma because we're like, oh, she'll have, like, an aneurysm trying to take care of it. Bracken was a chocolate Labrador. I hope that that's all the explanation you need as to why he was the way that he was. If you know anything about chocolate Labradors. That's all the explanation you need. Sorry if that was a downer for talking about dogs. I didn't really think where I just started talking about it and then I was like, oh wait. That talk might upset people. Bracken was still here when I started streaming. He passed away. We got him. So we had Blue for like 2 years before I was born, so like 96 until 2000 and... No, that can't be right, because he was like 16. Okay, I don't know how many years before I was born, but until 2008, and then we got Bracken in 2010 or 11 until 2020, like November 2022. Yeah. Probably pretty Labrador. I mean, well, there's a big difference between like a golden Labrador and a chocolate Labrador. Golden Lab is like, wow, what a good smart boy. Chocolate Labrador is like, oh, that dog's insane. I don't mean that in a mean way. One, chocolate labs have far more health problems. Two, oh, they're hyper all the time. Not just when they're a pup, when they're a grown-ass old man, they're still running around like they're 2 years old. That's the chocolate lab experience. One brain cell, yeah. Is this not bags? I thought this in my bags thing. I don't know why. because that's just how I am. Would have come to mind. Just with me, that you stay with me, just like the train I need. Race to the night of my lungs running as I reach over. The heavens subside while I can't call the mind. All the words in my mind are hard to block it down. Keep that all well, that show was quicker, wasn't it? Have a little refresh. Ronji should appear. There we go. Oh no! Devil Cat's on there twice! Devil Cat, no! It's cat number 26. No, I want these two guys next to each other. Oh, it didn't. It didn't save my changes. Don't flash like that. There we go. Okay, now they're next to each other. Okay. Yellow time. No, it's not big much. Kinda. It counts as yellow. And cat's cooking up some stew or something. I don't know. I'd kind of maybe put it under rainbow because the cat's pink. Oh, green because the frogs. Who's this guy? This little dino. Alucard's yellow. I'm sorry, I think I was being so. Oh, Blanca should still be in Animal Crossing. Where the fuck is... Put Blanca back in Animal Crossing. They won't. They'll not improve Animal Crossing at all. Look at how many things people made of Alucard. I don't know if they're all the same person. Oh, someone transparated this one. I can hear this. Oh my god. I'm turning into Belmont. Oh no! I was like, he's in his night clothes. Wait, no, that means no. Sadly, I think that might be from a certain scene because he's in his night clothes. Oh, for people who haven't seen. They're making a new like Blu-ray box set release of all the seasons of the first 4 seasons of the original Castlevania cartoon. Not Nocturne. Jesus Christ. I'm like, the artwork on it is like a painting in the style of the ones from the show. There's the one of Lisa, there's the one of Lisa, Dracula, and baby Adrian, like, playing with Lisa's hair. There's the one of just Vlad, and there's the one of Leon Belmont. So I presume it's the same artist who did all of those. And it's Cypher and Trevor and Alucard and Cypher and Trevor's baby, but, like, obviously, like, if they're gonna get painted like that, it's because they're a family, right? Like, it's canon that they fuck. I mean, are a family. Cypher looks... God, I can't get over that dress. Oh, Cypher looks gorgeous. God, women. Adrian in white with just like these gold details, and he's got his hair back in a ponytail, and the little babies playing with his hair, like how in the portrait of Adrian when he was a baby with Lisa and Dracula, he's playing with Lisa's hair. Some people have said his hair's like looks similar to how Lisa has hers styled. I guess the pony. I would say his ponytail's higher, but. And then, yeah, Trevor's also there, but so mean. No, Trevor's got fancy. It is the same undershirt, but if you look, he is actually wearing a waistcoat and new pants and like a proper proper nice coat. They did get him new clothes. They forced him to wear new clothes. So they're canon, right? Like, this makes it canon, right? Like, why would they... Like, if it was just artwork of the 3 of them, okay. But it's specifically, like, a portrait and the same style as all the portraits in the game. So, like, they came over and commissioned a portrait. And, you know, if it was, like, a family portrait, it would be, like, Trevor and Cypher and the baby, right? But Adrian's there. Because, you know... And then you're like, oh, well, that's because it's the 3 of them. But if it's just because it's the 3 of them, why is the baby there? Why would they include the baby that isn't even born by the end of season 4? We just know by the end of the final season that Cypher's pregnant. Baby don't even exist in the show. Why the baby here? Unless it's because they're a family. Why would it just be the 3 of them? Why include the baby? You know? Which could mean nothing, but... And the baby's just staring lovingly at Alucard, which I mean, baby, me too. Like, if I was next to that, if I was next to Adrian dressed like that, I wouldn't be able to take my eyes off him either. That baby's got their priorities straight. Also, someone said Trevor paid the portrait artist extra to make him look taller. That's within 2 years of the ending episode. What about the baby not being there? Yeah, we know that Cypher establishes that she's pregnant in the final season, but not very far along because we don't see any kind of bump yet. She doesn't have any kind of bump before the end of the show, and obviously doesn't have the baby. We don't see the baby. But why would they include the baby unless it's because it's like a family portrait for the baby to look back on and be like, oh look, my mom and my 2 dads. Right? I forgot this song was on. Turning up the heat, I'm a dirty rotten. Yeah, okay, I'll have Tumbling too. Beyond the smoke and mirrors, our operation would never be complete. I forgot this is what I paused! Quiet mode and not that one. Rising up to the sky. It's driving me crazy. The urge to forsake me, yet something shifts within this wicked bliss. I swore I'd never sin again. Is this bongo like bobbing around? Look at him go. So divine. Writing history, I'm a sad, pathetic man. Someone please tell me what to do, because honestly I just can't stop. Could ease be our idol, cause she lead us to the light. Involved in the cycle of the images of the urge to forsake the whole sound and shifts within this wicked grace. In my hands, with my dark hands of the pants. In salvation, I can live my life as an ordinary man. I can't exist it anymore. Cause I still stand under could never be the devil in me. What's the harm if I don't mind? With the power that empowers me, I can live a simple life. I should think about starting to make dinner. It is 8 PM. We'll at least get this up. Is this the mashup version? It is. I could recognize it. Doesn't really matter how somebody get me out of here. Please, somebody, won't you get me out of here? You can get me out of here. That's right, let your dreams take flight. Watch the line go up, up until it breaks right through, blows a hole through you. You can give it. Oh, Bellwether, thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming along to my stream. I won't be streaming much longer because I gotta eat dinner. It's 8 o'clock. We can until the sun goes down. We can rock for saw you popped in at the end. Thank you for the follow. Upon your hand, apart from loving good way. And when the pain comes falling from my head, I would rather hurt than be happy in bed. Fuck your frown, baby, spare your grace. Even my crown, perfect feeling of my face. With the details surgically replaced, it's a crying shame. I think maybe the little glue lump that because I don't know how to do things, how to do bracelets neat. Normally I do pony beads, you can just hide the knot inside the beads. I think it's itching my wrist. I think it's actually like I took the dreams tonight, watch them I go up until it goes right through, does the whole thing. Up until the side of the bone tonight, you can eat it until you off life. It's a goddamn vibe, baby, fuck it all, God awakening nightmare. The life so horrible, not even there. Oh God, the light won't save me. So I'm a perfect tempered instrument, and life is gonna pay me. Come and fuck me till the sun burns out, and I rock for not a single reason. My blood's already out of season, so unwanted even by myself. Tell me what the hell, what the hell? I don't like what's at my core. Pray to God to fix my soul. I hope that's what you're saying. I need yours. That's right, let your dreams take flight. Push them and go up, and go up, up until it breaks right through. Is the yellow here? Do we have red, orange, yellow? The little gradient's starting to take shape. I think it's because I didn't have that much red. The sun burns out and I ruffle. Maybe I can... I don't think Julie's working back yet, let me see. Maybe I'll just stream through my eats. Time to say just finishing. My brain can't math what that is right now. Ah! She finishes in 15 minutes, but then it'll be a while before she's home. Hang on, I need to, I'll be right back, I need to deal with something on Tumblr. Sorry about that. The thing I said I was dealing with on Tumblr earlier bounced back to me, so I wanted to deal with it now before I forgot. Oh, I need to edit something on Patreon before I forget as well. Hi. How do I edit? That's not the edit button. Edit tiers. Can I ask you guys a question? Some of you, so my Discord server, as you know, some of you are in it, is Patreon members only, but that also means that once you cancel your subscription, you are kicked from the server. Supposed to be automatically by Patreon, if not manually by myself. Two-part question. Firstly, do you think that is unfair or unusual? For me, every Patreon Discord server I've always been in kicks you automatically or manually kicks you out once your subscription ends, because the whole point is that it's a Patreon Discord, so it's for Patreon members. I thought that was the normal thing. So firstly, do you think it's fair that I kick people out once they stop being a member? And secondly, I'm trying to think how to phrase this. If you were kicked, like if you cancelled your membership and then noticed that you weren't in my Discord anymore, would you assume that you had been banned, blocked, or maliciously or kicked for doing something wrong? Or would you assume that it was just because you weren't a Patreon member anymore? I know that's a long question. I'm sorry. Because the way that it works is either Patreon will automatically, because there's a Patreon bot in the Discord, either the bot will automatically kick people, at the very least it will remove their roles to be able to access certain channels and stuff once their membership ends. And made it clear would be kicked. The rules state you would contact someone if they did something wrong. I did, right. Yeah, I forgot the rules said that. I thought, yeah. I'd panic first and be like, oh, do I need to update my card info? Okay. I've never had anyone get confused like that before. Until now. So I was just like, is that a thing that people have secretly been being confused about this whole time? But yeah, no, it does say in my rules that, like, I've always tried to make it clear, but I guess not clear enough, that, like, the only reason I'll DM you in my moderator voice, right, is the only reason you'll be DM'd if you get kicked will be if you did something wrong. And that's happened a few times. A couple people have been kicked. We have only ever banned one person from the Discord. They did not get a warning on that ban because they did not deserve one because they were actively being transphobic. So if you get banned, you probably won't get a message telling you that you've been banned, because if you've been fully banned, then that means you've done something terribly wrong, right? Like, most people who get, typically, there would be like a kind of 3-strike system on getting kicked. You break a rule, you'll get kicked. You come back, you break a rule again, you'll get kicked, you break a rule again, yeah. Unless you can skip the strike system if you do something actively terrible, like come in and be like transphobic or racist or something, right? In which case, I'm not gonna tolerate that, and I'm not gonna take the time to be like, hey, so you're getting banned because you're right, you know? I've never messaged people when if I have to manually kick someone for no longer being a member, I don't message people for that, because I just always thought it would be obvious that if they've cancelled their membership, that's why they're no longer in the Discord. Especially since sometimes it's not even me doing that, sometimes it's Patreon automatically doing it. That, you know, if you did something wrong, if you did something wrong to get kicked, you would have been messaged, you know? And if you did something wrong that you got banned with no warning, you would know, because you would have had to have been, like, actively super transphobic or something, you know? It would be a lot of messages to send out every month. There are a lot of people coming in and out. And like I said, I can't always keep track of it, because sometimes Patreon does it automatically. In which case, I can't then message them, because I can no longer, once someone leaves your Discord server, you can't still access their profile to DM them. So, if the Patreon bot does it automatically, I can't then contact you. What was the other thing? Also, when you kick someone, originally I thought I was messaging people, because when you kick someone, Discord pops up with this little message saying why, like, reason for kicking, and I always used to think that went to the person you kicked, not so maybe as a DM, maybe as something else, but that they would get that. They don't. I kind of already suspected that they didn't, but I guess now I know for sure that they don't. So I don't get what the point of that box is, Discord. I guess it's just for Discord's own internal. I just never thought that anyone would get upset or panic for getting kicked when they're no longer a member, because But I'm looking at Patreon, and maybe it's not super clear, because it just say access to my 18+ Patreon-only Discord server. And I thought Patreon-only Discord server would be clear enough that it meant, like, active membership. But I guess maybe not. But like you said, it does say in the rules channel in my Discord, which if you join the Discord, you should read the rules. It does say it in there. Maybe that's not... I'm gonna edit the tier. I just wanted... Because as far as I was aware, no one else has ever approached and gotten confused about that. Which obviously doesn't invalidate anyone getting confused on that front. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear to most people, or at least, like, I had written it somewhere, right? Okay, it's in the rules in the Discord. So I can't... Which still doesn't mean someone's not allowed to misunderstand, but it does mean it's wrong of them to say you never mentioned anywhere, blah blah blah, right? If someone was to say that. Okay, so let's... Access my 18+ Patreon members only Discord server, blah blah blah. Let's change, we'll keep the brackets, and then, note, this is for current members only. Once you're... I just kind of thought, because it's a Patreon thing, right? You would understand that you, like, if you were on the fledgling tier, right? You understand that once you cancel your fledgling tier membership, you no longer get access to those audios. So I just thought people will understand if they're no longer a member, they no longer get access to the Patreon Discord, because it's a... I know Julia does hers differently, like, Julia does let Patreon members stay after they cancel, but that's also because her Discord isn't Patreon exclusive. Like, you also can get in by just redeeming channel points on her Twitch. Like, you can get in it for free as well. So... Once your membership runs out, you will be kicked from the Discord and no longer have access to it, just like with all the other non-Discord rewards. That's clear, right? Okay. Edit. It's too long. You can only have it be 280 characters. Okay, I need to shorten it down. What the fuck? Patreon? This is important information. I'm not trying to make a tweet. Character counter. I was typing it in Notepad, so I don't know how many. Wait, does it say on Notepad how many characters you've used? What's the... Oh, it does. Okay, okay, never mind. It says it on Notepad. Wait, it's 336. Oh, okay. That's 309. I feel like there was another thing I wanted to ask and I don't. Oh. I don't know that I consider the Discord server, I mean, as a large Discord server. I guess, I don't know what is large, maybe because I've seen Discord servers with like hundreds of thousands of members, and I guess if you look at mine, there is hundreds, there might be like 500, but it doesn't feel big because only about 20 to 30 different people actually talk in it. The majority of those people have never sent a message. But, you know, before that, I was a Discord mod, I know. I was a Discord mod in the r/Good Omens Discord. It was a horrible time. I didn't know it was also the official Reddit's Discord when I joined it, and then worked my way up to moderator. People voted for me, you know, so I guess, I don't know if I count that as experience. It was I wouldn't recommend being a Discord mod of like a large server like that that's just public that anyone can get in. We had catfishes, we had kids lying about their age, we had and when I mean catfish, I mean, it was like someone came in and pretended to work on the show, which is like, dude, we can check the credits, and while pretending to work on the show, convinced artists, some of which were minors, it was a 13+ Discord server, to make free art for them because they would and come into their DMs so they could mentor bad. We had someone in the Discord, a couple of people who were in the Discord server who seemed chill for a really long time and then just randomly spewed out all this like, yeah, we don't agree with trans people stuff, and it's like, you're in a Good Omens Discord where the characters are canon. That was horrible. Anyway, so stuff. You guys are so much more chill compared to being in there. You know, in 3 years in the Discord, I've only had to deal with, like, we've only had to ban one person. And I was scared at the time to ban them because I was like, I've never done this before, but it was getting to the point where other members of my Discord were like, if you don't ban him, we're gonna leave because he makes us that uncomfortable. And it was like, oh, I didn't realize it had gotten that bad. Okay. Because I kept being like, maybe he's just stupid. Like, he keeps not... But, like, he got kicked and then immediately came in and just kept misgendering everyone and being transphobic and being just, like, really... Not exactly super breaking the rules, but, like... He's not in the Discord anymore. And that's the only time that anyone's gotten banned. Anyone who I've had to kick... which of course I would never name anyone who's been kicked for breaking rules. He's the only one who's been kicked and then come back and then still behave like a twat. Anyone else who's ever been kicked has been like, hey, I know you're not a mean person, but you said this thing and that's insensitive to this thing, or this is against the rules, so like, I need to kick you. I can't allow that. But you know, if you want to come back in and not do that again, that's fine. Because that kicking is like, you get kicked, but you can come back, and that's happened. I think a couple times we've had to kick someone, and then when they've come back in, they've been fine. They've been fine, and they've never done anything wrong again. So, it's there would have been two bans. There would have been two because one, but they left the Discord before I could ban them, and you can't ban someone who wasn't in the server, which was someone who had done something that had like broken the rules for like a third time or a second time. It'd been a few times, and they'd gotten some warnings without being kicked, and then it had built up to the point where it's like, I'm gonna have to kick you, but you're more than welcome to rejoin. And they responded with, I mean, I screenshot it because they deleted it afterwards, a very vitriolic message saying some very like threatening. And I was like, guys, did you see, like, to my mods at the time, I was like, they just sent this, and then I went back to my DMs and they deleted it and blocked me, so I was like, okay, well, I guess that takes care of that problem. So it would be two, but that person deleted themselves, so. Thank you guys for mostly being chill. Both of those happened in the first year. I think I'm better at, like, I'd like to think, especially with Twitch, when random people and trolls and things come in, more confident at banning people who are actively being trolls, you know? Rather than like, oh, maybe I'm just misunderstanding, you know? But obviously I know I have a trouble misunderstanding people. But I would like to think, you know, I've had my Discord for 3 years. I was a mod in that shitty Good Omens. But also, you know, I've had an Etsy shop for 8 years now. Almost 8. Will it be coming up on 8 years? Or will it be up on 9? Coming up on 8. Or maybe it's just been 8. And I've sold in person at events. And I would like to think that even though I know I struggle because I'm autistic with understanding tone and understanding why people say certain things, like if people kind of overshare or give extra information, I often don't understand. I'm like, I don't know. And I don't mean like rambles, but I mean like, I don't need extra explanations to justify something. I'm like, no, I get it. So I get confused if then there is all like explanations and stuff. Because then I'm like, oh, why am I getting, do you think I don't believe you? Like, I don't know. Because that's not what my brain would do. But, do I have bad people skills? Like, I know my autism affects me, like, understanding people and conversations and tone. Especially if someone's, like, if someone's complaining about something, I, without a tone tag, because I do say on all my socials, like, you know, please use tone tags. Like, and it's always been a problem where I get told I'm being rude when I'm not trying to be, just because I'm being blunt. Or like if I'm talking out loud that my voice is flat or something. I try my best and I'm not always gonna do great at it, you know, especially if the message is complaining about something and if it's not using tone tags, I might not be able to tell, okay, I don't know if you're just frustrated that this thing has happened, you know, you're just frustrated that this thing isn't working, or are you angry at me personally? Are you being aggressive? Do you hate me? Like, I can't tell, like, are you just upset at the situation, or are you upset at me? That's if I can even tell. I would like to think I can tell if people are upset, but maybe sometimes I think they're upset when they're not upset. I'm not trying to, like, fish for compliment. I'm sorry. I am dealing with a thing right now. And sorry. was told that for someone who runs a Discord of my size, I should be polite and have people skills because it's a skill that I need in life. And I'm like, okay, I'm not trying to use my autism as an excuse. But like, if I didn't understand your, I'd like, on one hand, it's like I'm not saying autistic people can't learn people skills, but like, fundamentally, our brains are wired to differently that we don't, our brains don't work in the same way that yours does, and we don't understand things in the same way. Oh my god, it's almost 9 p.m. So I didn't know if that had been coming across. I try to be, when I'm like using my moderator voice, because there might be times where, you know, I'm chatting with you haha in Discord, but then if there's times where I need to step in and be a mod, then moderator voice comes on, and I'm never trying to be rude with it, but I'm trying to protect myself. And just be blunt, I guess, but sorry. This is still at 309. Oh god, it's 9 p.m. I might get told off if I put the oven on now, but I haven't eaten dinner yet. I really hope I don't get told off. Okay, I just took my medication. I need to chop this down. What is that now? 300. What is that? 266. Okay. Does this make sense? Access to my 18 plus Patreon members only Discord server. Sorry. So it's basically, this is a list of rewards. So it's saying like, here are what you get for this tier. 1. Access to my 18 plus Patreon members only Discord server, brackets, for watch parties, chatting, and sometimes sharing sneak peeks. Hang on, is that going to be too long? Close brackets. Note, once your membership runs out, you will be kicked from the Discord and no longer have access to it, just like with all other non-Discord rewards. Or should I just say, like, just like with all other Patreon rewards? Just, does that make sense? Sorry, this got sad at the end. Tumblr's become an app I don't like opening anymore after last week. Access to my, like all of the, access to my 18 plus Patreon members only Discord server, parentheses, for watch parties, chatting, and sometimes sharing sneak peeks, close bro. Note, once your membership runs out, you will be kicked from the Discord and no longer have access to it, just like with all my other Patreon rewards. Do that make sense? Because at the very least, I'm like, okay, I at least don't want people getting confused. I don't want anyone... If this is a thing some people are getting confused on, I want to do as much to prevent that as possible. I don't want anyone joining and then feeling ripped off. Okay, that's what it says now. Okay. I just don't want anyone thinking that, like, I don't know, wow, I joined Prince's Patreon or Discord and he was mean to me, because I don't try to be. Like, the only reason I would ever dislike you is if you were, like, actively, like, bigoted, you know? If you came in and started, like, hardcore venting in Gen Chat or something, like, you know? I kind of don't want to eat because I'm upset, but I know that's just, I know I will. It's just my tummy being like, wah. Julia's going shopping, she not back yet. Well, I don't think I should be on stream, any longer. I need to eat. And I could stay on stream anyway with you guys while I make food, but I don't know. I came on stream to get away from stress, especially Tumblr stress, and I don't know if staying alive is gonna distract me or not. Green, you finished your cookie attack! Whoa. Yeah. My god, everyone's doing last minute attacks. Thank you. I'm trying to think if anyone... Yeah, it's totally fine to be done with art fight now. I'm trying to think if every one of my characters has got. I think I think they've all got now. I think you guys did it. I think they all got. Oh, no, they did not all get got. But going to have a check. Lysander did get got now, as did Dimitri, as did Ellis, as did Johan. So I think all my audio Cs have been got now. I know someone hasn't got, or two someones haven't got. It might just be those two. And I'm not talking about who didn't get attacked this year. I'm purely talking about who's never been attacked over the whole 3 years that I've been doing Art Fight. 4? 3. How many have been doing Art Fight? Like, I'm talking, they've never been attacked since 2022. This is year 4. Okay. So, the two that have never been attacked is my demon AU Eric, which may or may not have been inspired by Red Velvet's Peekaboo video, and I think my Spider Sona. Yeah. My Spooder Sona and this version of Eric, as in Phantom of the Opera, just another different version of Eric that I made. In the sea is actually a demon. That's why it says Eric Demon in parentheses. So these two. No, Green, you don't have to. I wasn't saying this. I was saying that's really cool that you guys have got that every single character's been attacked, apart from these two, over 4 years. It wasn't a complaint. It certainly wasn't a challenge. Green, you don't have to have 2 more attacks. Tough? Oh. I'll talk to my mods about what this message is, because I just need someone else's opinion on it. Yeah, I need to go and eat. I need to go eat. Sorry, stream ended on a sad note. I don't know when I'll see you guys again. I still haven't beaten the Titan attack off stream like I wanted to in Deltarune, because I just thought if I try and play that today and I die again, I'm gonna get even more upset, so. Audios! No issues with ad revenue, Mitch? Oh, yeah, don't. The YouTube distracted me. So, Saturday is Ellis. And you know what? Because I don't know when I'll be streaming next week, you can have next week's now as well as a treat. Spread the word, tell Aurora. I think it might be one of Aurora's requests, to be honest. It is. And then next week, Monday is Arden. Saturday next week will be Loki. And what will Cookie Day be? Look, I played the whole story thing, and then he was in my brain, and I was like, I could probably do that. So, Wednesday is gonna be Manju Cookie. I have no idea if anyone will want that, because he only just got baked. He only just left the oven. But yeah, the new one. The fox boy. Who's wearing chest bindings? Why is he wearing bandage bindings over a chest? Unless Green, if you play the story, it's in the event tab. You just have to watch the story. Ooh, what appears at the end? Oh no. Ooh, what appears at the end? Oh, I know what that thing is that appeared at the end. Oh no. And I'm curious. Because, oh no. I know what you are. I won't say it out loud, because spoilers. I posted it in the... Screen wanna know? You'll have to play the story. I posted a screenshot of it in the gaming channel and I spoiler tagged it, so if you scroll back in there and see like a spoiler tagged image sent by me. Xander! Oh, is that what my next upgrade is as well? No, I think my Cookie Castle is currently at level 13, and yes, my Cookie Castle's currently at 13, and I'm close to upgrading it to 14. I literally have everything checked off, I just don't have enough gold. I just need more money, because it's 13 million. But I have all the compasses and the pillars and whatever, the rectangles, and I've done every task, I just don't have the monies yet. I know that the higher up you level the Cookie Castle, the longer it takes. Like, it goes from taking an hour to taking 6 hours to taking 12 hours. The last one I did took, I think, 4 days. What do you mean to upgrade from 14 to 15 takes 24 days? Oh, no, I misread! It takes 54 days! That's more than doubling. I swear the last one was like 5 days. Maybe it was maybe it was 12. I don't know. Oh my god. How high does it go? When you get to level 20, is it going to be like 6 months? When you get to level 22, is it going to be like, this will take 365 days? What? Originally supposed to take 90? Did they say that? Okay. Firstly, 15 is the final level, so the 54 days is the final level until they decide to upgrade the game and add more levels, but as of right now, that is the final level for the castle. Zanderstead, the cookie wiki, says it should take 90 days, but for some reason for Xander it took 54. So that's either because Xander has a lot of upgrades in the laboratory that makes the gnomes work faster, or it's just changed and the cookie wiki is out of date. Holy shit. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go see if I don't get told off for turning the oven on and eat, and hopefully I can spend some time with Julia. She's shopping right now because she's going out with her cousin tomorrow, so she wants to look cute, which she always does, but you know. I will see you when I see you, whenever I randomly feel up to streaming. I've got to record a bunch tomorrow, so maybe not tomorrow. Maybe I need some rest. But thank you for stream. I'm sorry it got upsetting at the beginning and at the end. I really thought we were going to end on a high note. Like, maybe you shouldn't have checked Tumblr. No, but I'm glad, because as much as I'm not glad that I got upset on stream, I wanted feedback. So... Goodbye. I'm gonna eat now. I hope you guys eat too. I hope you have an unstressful evening. Bye-bye.